September 26, 2024. Several preliminary matters for everyone to be aware of. First of all, this is a formal hearing with the court reporter, and the corresponding discussion is being recorded by the system itself, which suggests that this is formal process, which means please be dressed appropriately. No hats, no bedwear, no sleeping, no reclining your bed or your easy chair. I need you to be sitting up, focused on the hearing at hand, so that you can have an opportunity to argue your case and to be heard, and want everyone to have a fair hearing. So respect the process as if you were in the court building itself. Secondly, you should know that because we're creating an official record, please be patient. Allow the other individual who's speaking to complete their thought before anyone jumps in. We can't speak over one another. We won't permit that. Thirdly, if you are in a vehicle moving, we will not hear your case. We need you to be parked in a safe place. And the fourth thing, I don't think we have a interpreter today, but when we do have them, it's important that all of us are patient to allow the interpreter to correctly translate to the appropriate language everything we say in English. So we have to allow them to do that. It adds time, but it's required so that the individual who needs the interpretation clearly understands the process that we're doing. Now, we will hear from the law department in a moment. They will give us a list of cases that have been continued or otherwise resolved, and some of them will be noted as moot or moot complied. If your address is called, if your name is called, and it's listed as moot or moot complied, that means that you're done for today. The matter has been resolved. If you need further explanation as to what moot or moot complied means, please call the administrator's office. Please do not break in and ask that question of the hearing because it interferes with our ability to get through all the cases. So someone's at the office. There's a number on the communication that you received regarding today's hearing, and will certainly be on the decision letter. Call that number and they will give you all the information that you require. Thank you very much. The board itself will introduce itself, after which we will hear from the law department. I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair.
Ralph Pincus, board member.
Steve Pettit, board member.
Roger S. Tennant, senior board member.
Ken Washington, board member.
Cherry, board counsel.
Board administration.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wade, I'm having difficulty here. Would you mind adding my title, board chair?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, who do we have? Who's going to represent the law department?
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the law department.
Good afternoon, Ms. Skiles. What do you have for us?
Okay, so as far as preliminary matters, I'll begin with number 6.
Okay.
This is HA 2024-001984 at 423 South 13th Street. The appellant is Raymond Lowe. This was a continuance request by the appellant. It's unopposed by the city.
Okay, we will note it as continued.
Moving on to number 7, HA 2024-001965 at 919 Spruce Street. The appellant is Gabriel Pryu. This is a continuance request by the appellant that the city does not oppose.
We note it as continued.
Number 8, HA 2024-001919 at 1230 Summer Street. The appellant is Long Famdu. That matter is moot.
Moot, thank you.
Matter number 9, HA 2024-001921 at 4228 Lancaster Avenue. The primary appellant is Dorothea Mason. This matter is moot. An agreement has been reached between the appellant and the city for this case.
Okay, what are the contours of the agreement?
So this involves a revocation of a commercial activity license. And if the appellant has been instructed to reapply for that commercial activity license, the department will agree to grant that new application for a commercial activity license as long as the appellant complies with the terms of a nuisance abatement plan.
Okay, so this is city affirm with the requirement, with the option for the appellant to reapply.
I believe we would just mark it as this hearing as moot, as moot, as there's no need to, I don't believe they're challenging the current revocation.
Okay, moot allow appellant to reapply.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, that was number 9. Number 10, HA 2024-001923 at 623 North 12th Street. The appellant Daphne Jackson. That matter is moot.
Thank you.
HA 2024-001925 at 1224 Mount Vernon Street. The appellant is Leeksa Liu. That matters moot complied.
Thank you.
Number 12, HA 2024-001797, 5839 Woodbine Avenue. The appellant is Calais Guglielmi. This is the city's request for a continuance. This is the first listing. I believe we may be able to reach a resolution. I was not able to connect with the appellant prior to this listing.
Okay, is the appellant present? Mr. Calais Guglielmi? Is that person present?
Yes, I am, right here.
Okay. All right,
Hi,
ma'am.
Amy.
Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm wanted to ask that you respond to the city's request for a continuance.
Unless we can resolve it without continuing. Amy said she tried to reach me. I just saw her email
Okay.
right before going on Zoom, so.
Okay. Maybe there's an opportunity to go in a breakout room at some point.
If I may, I don't believe we'll be able to resolve today. It will require a reinspection, which is why we would be requesting a further date so we could complete that.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, so Ms. Guglielmi, well, first of all, pronounce your last name for us, please.
Guglielmi.
Guglielmi. Okay, my apologies. So you don't oppose the city's request for a continuance?
No, does that mean that I'm done with this meeting for today?
Yes,
And
that
not get
means,
another letter?
yes, you're done for today. The city will reinspect. Depending on what's determined up in that reinspection, you may or may not have to come back to a hearing.
Okay.
Okay, we'll
Thank
note
you.
the matters
Bye.
continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then moving on to number 21 on the list, HA 2024-001788, 24 North 3rd Street. The appellant is Jian Chan. This is a continuance request made by the appellant. It's unopposed by the city. The appellant will need an attorney moving forward, and that is the reason for the request.
Okay, we'll so note as continued.
This, moving on to number 22, HA 2022-003460, 2844 West Diamond Street. The appellant is Andrew Friedman. This is a continuance request made by the appellant, unopposed by the city. There is another matter listed before the board on October 24th. We would like to schedule both of the matters, combine those matters so that they could be heard together.
Okay, we'll note that it's continued to the 24th.
And that concludes my list of preliminary matters. Some of my colleagues may have things to address.
Okay, as per our process here, please use the raise hand signal and I will call on you in order. Is there anyone else with the preliminary matters?
Mr. Cohen has his hand raised.
Oh, he does. For some reason, I can't see it. I'm not sure what's happening with my screen here. Okay, Mr. Cohen.
Good afternoon, members of the board.
Good afternoon.
I would first like to bring number 38 to the board's attention, which is HA 2023-002574, appellant Marcel Rivers. This is actually one case of a larger group of retaining wall cases, but this is the only one of that group to be scheduled for today. The city has already requested that this matter be continued to a later hearing and coordinatedly scheduled with all of the other retaining walls on 64th Avenue and Colonial Street.
Okay, so is Mr. Rivers present? Mr. Marcel Rivers present? Mr. Cohen, do you know if anyone has communicated with Mr. Rivers?
I believe my previous email requesting the continuance CC'd Mr. Rivers, but there hasn't been a response from the board.
Okay,
But the city would still request that all of the cases be consolidated and put on a different date.
sure. Okay, we'll note the continuance and the consolidation plans.
Thank you. And I have 3 more matters that can actually be handled all at once.
Okay,
They pertain to the retaining wall case that's on today's list involving Sylvester Street.
okay,
Numbers 39, 40, and 41, which are HA 2022-00328. That's Zhu Qin Wang. Number 40, HA 2024-0033334, King Zheng. And number 41, HA 2023-000-666, also appellant King Zheng. The determination of responsibility actually did not apply to those 3 properties that are at issue in those 3 appeals. They're at the end of the block, but they are not responsible per the determination of responsibility because they don't share that same alleyway or right of access to the alleyway in their deeds. So the department has already marked those as written in error and closed. So those 3 appeals can be listed as moot, having been written in error.
okay. So to make certain that the record is clear, 0328 is 5801 Sylvester Street, 3334 is 5807 Sylvester, and 0666 is 5811 Sylvester.
That's correct. Everything
Okay.
from 5801 to 5811 Sylvester is not in the determination of responsibility.
Okay, it's written in error, so this matter is moot. Okay,
Thank you very
are the
much.
appellants present? Just in case Zing and Wang, are they present?
I did see both of them on the call.
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
Ms.
we're
Wang.
here.
Okay, do you understand what we just did?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I just want to be clear, so you don't have to hang around if you don't want to.
So 5807 and 5811 is going to be removed. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay.
Correct.
The violations should already have been closed and should already be reflecting on the city's public websites for those 3 properties.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks so
All right.
much.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day. Okay.
You too. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Ms. Wang, are you aware? You muted, ma'am. Are you involved in this matter as well? You muted. We can't hear you.
Hello, yes.
Yes. What is your address?
5801 Silver
Okay.
Street.
Do you understand? We just your property is no longer part of this problem. Okay. So you may, if you like, you can stay on, or you can go about your day. It's up to you.
I can go back the day.
Oh, okay. Have a good afternoon.
No problem. Thank you so much. They can send the email, right? They send an email. Make it
The city will send a decision letter to you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
No, I can-
All right.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Cohen.
And just with respect to the remaining cases for that retaining wall matter, numbers 23 through 37 and 42 and 43, the city's witness does have to leave early today, and it has already been communicated to the board's administrator that the city requests that this be heard earlier in the list.
Oh, I was under the impression that there was a continuance request for that group.
Oh, no, there was the continuance request just for number 38, but the remainder of that group, which is Cheltenham Avenue, Oakland Street, and Sylvester Street, the city is prepared to move forward with those today.
Oh, okay. Okay, misunderstood then. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else, Mr. Cohen?
Nothing else at this time. Thank you very
Okay.
much, members of the
Thank
board.
you. Mr. Roderick? You're muted, sir. Yeah,
Thank
there
you. Leonard F. Reuter for the city of Philadelphia. There's 2 matters here. Number 16, the city, it says number 16 on the list, HA 2024-001732, 1437 South Street, Tycoon Social and Beneficial Association. The city is asking for a continuance in this matter due to the unavailability of a witness from the police department. I see that also that the appeal was filed by Frank Funaro, who is here. However, The special assembly occupancy license at issue would be for the Tycoon Social and Beneficial Association, and it's the city's position that the association must be represented by counsel. I
Okay.
don't know if he has counsel, but we would ask that, again, we would ask that the continuance be granted and that the appellant appear with counsel.
Okay, and who is the individual that you referenced, Mr. Rod?
Mr. Frank Finaro.
Mr. Finaro, you understand what was just put on the record regarding the request? Any response from you?
Yes, I do. I have no problem. We do have counsel. He couldn't be here today, so that works out fine for us. It's Ed McHugh, and we could reschedule it and get him involved.
Okay, because you won't be able to proceed without legal counsel.
Understood.
Okay,
and I would ask Mr. Finaro if he could have Ed reach out to me about this as well.
Absolutely.
He knows my email, so thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, bye-bye.
Anything else, Mr. Rod?
Yes. With respect to number 17, HA 2024-002082, 1423 Spruce Street. This is a matter. The city ostensibly would ask for a continuance of this matter because it was our understanding and our belief still that this case should be deemed moot. However, we would also indicate that the property in question is owned by an LLC. The appellant is a Mr. David Lowe. However, the property in question and the development project that was under review by the commission is owned by an LLC. So again, we would ask that the matter be continued because again, up until what had happened is that this is an appeal from a denial of a permit application by the historical commission. So he appealed, Mr. Lowe appealed that. In the meantime, he submitted a subsequent application, which was approved. However, it appears that, and so it was our position that this appeal is moot. However, in discussions with him this week, he indicated that he wanted to proceed. But in order to do that, he must have an attorney. The current owner of the property, which I believe is Mr. Lowe's LLC, is Southstone Realty LLC. So they will need an attorney.
Okay. So the we actually it's not the individual with Southstone Realty. Is Mr. Lowe present? Mr. Lowe, are you present? Or anyone representing Southstone LLC? Okay. Well, Mr. Rodder, you based on your request, we will continue this matter.
Well, if we had not, if he's not here, the city would ask that the matter be dismissed then, because again, it's the city's position that it is moot anyway.
Okay, the problem though is that he needs legal counsel. So even if he were here and didn't have legal counsel, so I tell you what we will do.
That's fine.
We'll call it in regular order and then we will determine what to do.
Okay,
Okay?
that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Nessich. I'm sorry. Yeah, Ms. Nessich. Yeah.
Thank you. I do believe my colleague, Ms. Paschal, might have had her hand up too. I don't know if you saw that as well. I'll be really quick and she can follow me right after.
Well, since you're speaking, let's go ahead and get it out of the way.
Thank you.
I'll apologize to Ms. Paschal. She'll be first next time.
It might be the beautiful sunset behind her.
Okay.
Okay, just a few quick preliminary matters for the board. For case number 2501 Margaret Street, appeal ending in 2727. This is Advanced 6 Resins and Chemicals LLC petitioner. This matter, a mutual continuance request was submitted to the board.
Okay.
It is the first request submitted for this particular matter.
Okay. We've so noted as continued.
Okay, thank you. Moving to number 3 on the list, 212 East Tabor Road, 2680, appellant's name, Jean Nicholas. This matter is moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you.
And number 4171 West Nedrow Avenue, appeal ending in 2687, appellant's name Sheila Baxter. This matter is also moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you.
That concludes my preliminary matters.
Okay. Ms. Paschal, thank you for your patience. And which matters do you have for us today?
Good afternoon. First, I will address number 5. This I received shortly before the hearing started, an emergency continuance request from Mr. Levy. I believe he was just retained in this matter. The violation was issued to a corporation, so we understand that an attorney is needed, and I don't object.
Okay, so we'll note that matter is continued.
The
What
next
we need to
matter,
rate, I'm sorry. What we need to do though is would you read the full case data in so that we have it for the record?
yes, I apologize. That was number 5, which is HA 2024-002162, pertaining to 495 Domino Lane. And the person who submitted the appeal was Ajita Patel.
Okay, thank you.
Council's here for that matter.
Oh,
Council's on the call.
Mr. Levy?
Yes.
I don't see Mr. Levy present. I just need him to put his name on the record if he's present.
He's muted. Maybe he stepped away, but he's on the call.
Okay, well, let's proceed. We don't really...
Hello, everybody. I think you got the wrong Mr. Levy.
Okay.
I'm here for a different case.
Okay.
Levy speaking, yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we will note the instant cases continue. Anything else, Ms. Paschal?
Yes, just one more, Chairman Woodson. I wanted to address number 18 on the list, which is HA 2023-004100, 3012 South 61st Street, pertaining to appellant Mary Hopewell. The city had requested a continuance for this matter on Monday because our witness was unavailable. As of right now, Detective Vanis, the witness, is on the call and is available, so we can, if the board wishes, move forward with this today.
Okay.
The only issue is I would ask to be placed in a breakout room with Ms. Hopewell. I do see her on the call. I had a hard time sharing the exhibits with her.
Okay, so Ms. Hopewell is here and is prepared to proceed. Is that correct, Ms. Hopewell? You're muted, ma'am. You're muted. We can't hear you. You're not muted, but your voice is, we can't hear you. Something's wrong with your microphone. Mr. Wade, I'm not sure if there's anything else we can do to help her.
Hold on.
She just muted herself again.
I'm gonna put her in a breakout room with the
Ms. Paschal.
Ms. Paschal and the IT.
Okay, Ms. Paschal, do you have anything else before you go to the breakout room?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Paschal, do you want your witness in the breakout room?
Yeah, I'll take Detective Vanis in as well. Thanks.
Okay. All right, thank you. Is there anything else? Any other preliminary matters? If not, we will prepare then to call the list as noted. I know that we had at least one request to go out of order. Mr. Wade, would you mind calling those first 2 cases then?
Yes. Just give me 1 second. There's a request to call case number 44 as well as 45. Case number 44, hearing appeal ending 3428 110 Pheasant Hill Drive, near and yet Tarina Barzilay. Case number 45, hearing appeal ending 3427 110 Pheasant Hill Drive, near and yet Tarina Barzilay.
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Skiles. Do we have counsel for the appellants present?
Yes, David Orphanides present.
Good afternoon, Mr. Orphanides.
Afternoon.
Okay. Ms. Skiles, do you have a witness today?
Yes, the city will be calling one witness, Inspector John Bon Cristiano.
Okay, Mr. Cristiano, are you present?
Yes, sir.
You raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. You place your hand down. Mr. Orphanides, I should have asked you as well. Do you have a witness for today?
Yes, I have Nir Barzilay and Bar Levy present today.
Okay. If they are, if they could,
Barzilay, I'm sorry. Today
I'm sorry.
she may need to testify.
So Mr. Barzilay, if you're present, please unmute.
I'm here.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Orphanides, I would just ask you to warn your client that I see two people in the screen, but only one person can be speaking, and limit, if not eliminate, the conversation between the two of them while they're giving testimony.
I understand. There was also, Katerina Barzilay is Nir's wife. She may have some information as well, so she needs to be sworn. And also Bar Levy, who prepared the drawings that were submitted to LNI also.
Okay, well, let's do this. Let's swear Mr. Levy, and then if you call Mrs. Barzilay, we'll swear her in then.
Certainly.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Levy, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Giles, please proceed.
Yes, just before we begin, I'd like to give a brief opening. From the city's position, this case is very simple, and it involves one issue and one issue alone, and that's whether or not a building permit had been exceeded. And I think you'll hear testimony from Inspector Boncristiano that this building permit was clearly exceeded. I think there may be arguments as to when exactly this building permit was exceeded and what remedial measures are needed to rectify this issue. However, it's the department's position that those matters are totally irrelevant to today's proceeding, and that we will focus our case in chief directly on that one issue, whether or not that building permit was exceeded.
Okay.
So with that, I will call Inspector Boncristiano.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. All right, Inspector, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you state your name again for the board?
John Boncristiano,
And where are you currently employed?
City of Philadelphia License and Inspections.
And specifically, what unit with the Department of License and Inspections?
East District.
East District. And what are some of your roles and responsibilities with the department?
Doing building inspections, inspecting cases, complaints, and basically, I'm actually the acting district supervisor now, so a lot of office work is what I'm doing now. Yeah.
And so throughout the course of your duties with the department, have you become familiar with the property located at 110 Pheasant Hill Drive?
Yes.
And how so?
We got a email from our deputy commissioner about them exceeding the permit, that someone submitted 2 photos of the whole first floor being demoed, which would exceed the permit because they were supposed to build on top of the first floor. When we received that email, we went out that day. He allowed us in there. We did an inspection, and it showed that he had removed the entire first floor and framed all new framing.
All right. So we'll walk through that step by step. If I may have permission to share my screen.
Yes.
So I think it's a little large. Inspector, can you see what I'm displaying on my screen?
Yes.
Do you see the photograph that's been labeled City Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is depicted in this photograph?
That's the old house.
The old house located at 110 Pheasant Hill Drive.
Correct.
And can you describe this house to me?
It's a 1-story single family dwelling with a below looks like a basement with a driveway.
Okay. And so at some point, did the department issue a building permit for renovations to be completed on this property?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move down now to City Exhibit 3. Inspector, can you tell me what is identified as city exhibit? It's actually identified as city exhibit 4. I apologize.
Yeah.
What is city exhibit?
Would you mind focusing that a bit, make it a bit larger, please?
Larger, yes. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay. Inspector, can you tell me what is identified as city exhibit 4?
It's a building permit.
Building
For
permit?
addition and alteration, yes.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Building permit for what?
A type of work for addition and alteration.
All right. And what was the approved scope of work issued under this permit?
This project is for adding a story and attic space on top of an existing one-story structure. In addition to interior alterations proposed to the existing basement and first floor, details as shown on plan.
Okay. And so you received a complaint along with photographs that this permit had been exceeded.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to now, when did you receive that complaint?
June 7th, I believe. July 7th. I gotta go on my 1 second here. July 7th.
Okay. And so included in those, in the complaint you received, there were photographs attached.
2, correct.
2 photographs. City Exhibit 2, is that one of the photographs that was sent to you as part of the complaint?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what we're looking at in this photograph?
The whole side of the house is missing and the roof.
Okay.
And part of the back.
Part of the back. And moving on to City Exhibit 3, is this one of the photographs you received as part of your complaint?
Yes, now the whole house is missing.
Okay.
The whole first floor. Whole first floor is gone.
And according to that permit, the whole first floor, it was supposed to be renovated, not removed.
Correct.
Okay. And so based on these photographs and the complaints you received, did you perform an inspection?
Yes.
Okay. What did you observe when you went to the property?
That there was a whole new building from that first level on up. It was all new framing on the inside that was supposed to be existing, like all none of like that exhibit 5 you're about to roll up to now. It shouldn't have been. It should have been all existing on top of it.
Okay. And so you took photographs of your inspection?
Yes.
Okay. And what is depicted in this photograph?
That's the rear of the house.
Rear of the house. And yes. What is here that is not supposed to be here?
All brand new zip board.
Okay. And what is depicted in this photograph?
All new framing on the first floor.
This is on the first floor.
Yep.
Okay.
Right out the front. That's the front door.
And this new framing on the first floor, does this exceed the permit that was issued?
Yes.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
All new framing for a window on the first floor.
First floor. And what is depicted in this photograph?
All new framing, but the old door.
Okay. And so you also posted a stop work order on the day of your inspection.
Correct.
And I did want to clarify with you, Inspector, your photographs are June 7th. You previously testified you got the complaint July 7th.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It was,
June 7th.
so just to clarify, you received a complaint June 7th
Yes.
and completed an inspection on June 7th.
Yes, went out that day.
Okay. Okay, so now as part of your inspection, in determining whether or not this permit had been exceeded, did you review the architectural plans that had been submitted with the permit?
Yes.
Okay. And so now I want to walk through some of the architectural plans that were submitted. Inspector, can you see what is identified as City Exhibit 6?
Yes.
And what is the document that has been identified as City Exhibit 6?
Looks like the first page of the plan.
Of the plans, okay.
Okay, I'm going to ask Ms. Giles if you could magnify that a bit. I just want to get a better sense of some of the details in the plan.
Yes, is that
is this for purposes of a site plan? Should it be showing new work compared to existing conditions, etc.?
it will show, specifically, I'm gonna highlight a few areas specifically in the demolition plans.
Okay, okay.
And I'll get to that very shortly.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm looking at it with the right set of eyes.
All right, let me move to page. Oops. Bear with me. Okay. It may have gotten a little too far. Just brief indulgence.
Yep.
It's a lot of plans, Miss Skiles.
I'm only gonna be speaking about. I'll keep it as brief and narrow as possible.
No, I'm just observing you're flipping through a lot of pages.
Okay, so Inspector Boncristiano, I'd like to look.
Oh, Ms. Giles, just one other preliminary matter. These are the stamp drawings that Ella and I approved, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And you can see for the boards, you can see that stamp right here.
And
It
what's the
was
date of
approved-
that approved
It
plan?
was approved October 21st, 2023.
Okay.
Okay, so specifically now, Inspector Boncristiano, I'd like to look at the plans that were submitted, this level 1 plan. Can you describe to me, can you see here this level 1 plan on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe to me what we're looking at?
First floor where it should be a kitchen. No, see this is where it's a little. Oh, I see the front. Yeah, so it's the kitchen, the dining room, a bedroom, another bedroom. So if you were go to the structural plans, you'll see where all these walls are labeled and what they should be.
Okay, I will move on to that.
Well, before you leave that though, just one quick thing, Ms. Boncristiano,
Yes.
those dark lines, are they suggesting new walls?
I would have to look the notes on it. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
He does not have it labeled, but if you move to the structural plans, you'll see
Okay.
where
Miss Giles, I didn't mean to take over your interrogation, so I just
Yes,
please proceed.
no problem. I will move on to something I do think will be helpful for the city's case. Okay, so I am now looking at a page. This is D001 of the plans that were submitted. Can you tell me, these are the demolition plans, Inspector Boncristiano?
Yeah, scroll down a little more so I can see the.
Yes, I can scroll down.
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, if we look at the keynotes, can you see the demolition keynotes on the screen?
Yeah.
You need to focus it just a little bit more for me.
Yes.
Yep.
Is that
Thank you.
okay? So specifically, what we're removal of the walls will be indicated with a number 1.
Right.
Okay. So now moving on to the plan itself. Can you see what's on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. So we see this wall was supposed to be removed, right?
Right.
And these interior walls,
Correct.
but there's nothing indicating that this side wall should be removed.
Correct.
Or yes, and this is the front of the house. There's nothing to
Right.
indicate either of these front walls should be removed.
Correct.
And this side wall, was that to be removed?
No.
And then this, it looks like half of the rear wall was to be removed, but half was not, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you had mentioned the structural plans. You also reviewed the structural plans as part of your review?
Yes.
Okay. And so now I'm going to move on to what has been labeled City Exhibit 7. Inspector, can you tell me what City Exhibit 7 is?
That is the structural plans that's going to show what stays, what's new, what posts are going in, how everything's going to be held together structurally.
Okay. So now I'm going to, and again, just for the board, these are the plans that were stamped and approved by the department on October 21st, 2023. All right, Inspector. We are now looking at, I'm going to zoom in. This is the first floor framing plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'll scroll out so you can see. What was supposed to stay and what was supposed to go according to these plans?
You can see it's labeled. It says existing walls.
Right here.
No, they were only supposed to, if you look, the little red things, the little dots, they're posts that they were supposed to add.
Okay. But everything that says existing wall, existing wall, existing wall, existing wall was supposed to stay.
Correct.
And is that because if it was supposed to go, there would be specific instructions on how to rebuild that wall?
Correct.
Okay. So if we compare that to the second floor plans, is this depicted here, the second floor plans?
Yes, and you can see where it says all 2x6 new, the walls, the studs. It shows everything that's new.
Okay, so this has specific instructions for how to frame and build the second floor.
Correct.
But all of that is lacking for the first floor.
Correct.
Okay. And that's because according to these plans, the first floor was not supposed to be removed.
Yes, supposed to be existing.
Okay. And so based on your inspection and your review of these plans, did you determine that the permit that was issued by the department had been exceeded?
Yes.
And what did you do when you made that determination?
Post a stop work order, let him know that he couldn't be there, he couldn't do any more work, and then came back and wrote the case, turned it up to the people above me, my management and everything, and it went down to plans review to look at and review it, and they've revoked the permit, stating that he would need a new one.
Okay. And you mentioned that you wrote the case. Does that mean you issued a notice of violation?
Yes.
Okay. And so now showing you what is labeled City Exhibit 8, can you identify what is labeled City Exhibit 8?
Violation notice and order to correct.
Okay. And what was the date this notice was issued?
Yeah, 7/16.
Okay. And this was issued to the owners of the property?
Correct.
Okay. And what specifically did you cite to be in violation of the Philadelphia Code?
The work outside of the scope of the permit.
Okay. And you also indicated that a stop work order was posted and that they will need new permits.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And you also issued an intent to revoke the current permit?
Yeah, that comes from downtown also, but yes.
Okay.
Yes. Downtown does the revocation. We just send down everything to them and they do that.
Okay. So I will show you the intent to revoke. And here the letter that was issued very clearly states that this building let me just show you the document that is City Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this document?
No, I from what you gave me, yes, but we don't send that out. That comes from downtown.
Okay. Okay. But this, so this letter, this was the intent to revoke the permit.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And this letter clearly states that the building permit was issued with the condition that the existing one-story structure would remain. However, as it was completely removed, the permit was exceeded.
Correct.
Okay. And this letter directly cites Philadelphia Code Section A302.9, Section 4, as a basis for revoking that permit.
Yes.
Okay. And again, this letter was issued and this permit was being revoked as the plans had been exceeded.
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time for Inspector Boncristiano. I offer for cross.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any cross, Ms. Orphanides, Mr. Orphanides?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And since we're, can I use those? We also be able to access those exhibits?
Yes. Yes, Ms. Scouts, would you, we need to ask the specific exhibits, please.
Or else I can just pull them up. I actually have them as well. If I can just share my screen, then I can use
Yes.
exhibits.
Yeah, if you have them, it'd probably better for you to do it, to share your screen.
Second. All right, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
I'm just gonna change the view here. Give me 1 second. Second, there we go. All right, you're the supervisor, sir, correct?
Yeah, it's the acting supervisor.
Acting supervisor, okay. All right. And it's Luano, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say Mr. Supervisor. He's probably, I have a
that's
last name
fine.
Morphinides, so I should be good
Yeah.
with stuff like that, but unfortunately, it's a tongue twister
Yeah.
for me. All right, so a couple questions. The first time you became aware of the project at the property was on June 7th, 2024, correct?
Yes.
Had you ever, so you had never been to the property anytime prior to June 7th, correct?
Not, just another inspector.
Okay.
Not me though.
Okay. And which inspector or inspectors were those?
Jack Balkus.
Okay, was there another inspector?
No.
You certain about that?
Pretty sure. Let me check. Gotta look. We are processes.
Guy Porter the third?
Yeah, no, he never went there.
No?
Yeah, the only guy went with me was Rob Keenan.
Okay. I thought I saw, we'll have to go through in my exhibits because I'm almost certain in the Eclipse file that Mr. Porter had done some inspections, but in any event.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Mr. Is there a reason why Mr. Balkus, who did the actual inspections prior to you getting out to the property in June, is not here?
I'll object to relevance. Inspector Boncristiano, Supervisor Boncristiano was the inspector who wrote the notice of violation and initiated the violation.
Okay. But just wait before we proceed. There's an objection on the floor, and actually, I'm hearing some background noise from someone. Okay. Thank you. So, based on the objection, Mr. Orphanides, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay, I didn't get a chance to respond. May I respond?
Yes, please.
Can y'all hear me without being on the phone?
Okay. Again, Ms. Hopewell, please mute yourself. Sorry about that, Mr. Orphanides. Please proceed.
So
You can hear me now?
Okay, Mr. Wade, we're gonna have to have you do something.
Computer. And I see Nicole Telval, IT.
Ms. Hopewell,
Okay.
please mute yourself. You're interfering with this case.
I got it.
Okay, technology can be our friend, but not always. Let's proceed.
Okay, and the reason my opposition to the objection and the foundation that I would provide for that is that my client will testify, and the records will show from Eclipse that Inspector Balkus was out at the property and actually observed this condition and allowed my client, this is part of our case, allowed our client to proceed for months. And it wasn't until July or June that it became an issue. So the person that has the most knowledge of the construction that took place, from the demolition to the construction of what is essentially a full house, under roof, under cover, is not here today.
Okay, but Mr. Orphanides, as you well know, that's your opportunity. You could have subpoenaed that individual to be here.
And I'm just asking, I think it's relevant. That's fine. If the city doesn't want to produce them, that's fine with me.
Yeah, but your question,
testify. But the bottom line, I'm sorry, Mr.
Well, let
Chairman,
me ask you this.
he's not the inspector who was there during the construction of the
Okay, so let's frame the question then in terms of whether he was there at the beginning or not, or the assigned inspector. That's appropriate.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Supervisor, did you inspect the property before June 7th?
No.
And I'll again object to relevance.
So noted, overruled. Please proceed.
Okay. All right. So again, you weren't there for the demolition and any of the construction up to the point of June 7th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you got out there to the property on June 7th, the photographs that counsel for the city provided showed a structure that, as I indicated, was framed, clad, under roof with interior framing, correct?
Correct.
And did you also see, and I saw it in some of the pictures, that utilities have been run inside the building as well?
Yes. No, I don't know if the utilities were connected, but they're called, we call them MEPs were installed.
All right, so the MEPs, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, were installed, basically ready for what we call a rough-in inspection. Would that
Correct.
be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the old house that the picture that council pulled up, and I also included in my exhibit book, that's not a photograph that you took, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the first time you saw that photograph was when council for the city showed it to you, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't have any personal knowledge of the structure that was there before this project started, correct?
Just before I went out and did my inspection, I looked it up.
Right. But you had never been to the
No,
property
no.
before June 7th. Okay.
Right.
And you were never inside the existing structure?
No.
All right. And as you stated, and I think as council stated, it was a one-story with a walkout at the lower level, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know at all during, because you went out on June 7th, do you know how much, other than in the picture, how much of the first floor was remaining? We can see that the walls were removed, but can you see whether the first floor was actually still there?
No, I believe it was all new plywood.
Okay, you believe it was all new plywood. Okay. So if my client were to testify that all that framing for the first floor was still there.
No, you're saying framing or floor.
Okay, so that's fine.
The framing was all brand new. No, there was no old framing at all. It was all removed.
Okay, all right. So you're saying the first floor framing, which was the ceiling
Walls,
for the
walls.
lower level. So the floor framing for the floor of the first floor and the plywood that goes on top. You're saying, and which then serves as a ceiling for the lower level, was completely removed.
Yeah, so you keep saying the lower level. So ready, there's a lower level, which is the basement, which we discussed where you pull up to. And then there's the first level where we walk off grade. That framing was all brand new. That was supposed to be existing. It shouldn't have been taken down.
Okay, just to be clear. So whether it's a basement or a cellar, I know from a building code, there's no distinction, but from a zoning code, there is our position that this is a cellar and not a basement because of average ground level. With that being said, so how about if I refer to the lower level? I mean, again, I was referring that as the walkout, and then the upper level, which at the higher grade we can call the
first floor.
First floor, we'll call for our purposes. Okay. So you are saying that the floor for the first floor, the floor joists.
No, I didn't say nothing about the joists.
Okay.
All the walls.
Okay, so we're just talking about the walls. Okay, so we're on the same page. So as far as you know, the flooring of the first floor was all existing, correct?
I didn't walk down. I didn't go down the basement to look up. He had a bunch of I believe it was packing stuff down there for his other house because he couldn't move everything out.
Right. So you don't know whether that first floor was removed. You just know that the first floor walls were removed, correct?
Correct. That were supposed to be existing.
Okay. And then you spoke about the plans, and I have the same plan. I have the plans from her from council's exhibit package up, which were also in my book, City 7. So in looking at these plans, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit.
Sure.
We talked about the demo plans, and I'm going to go about this in two ways. The roof plan. The roof plan.
Mr. Orphanides, would you clarify, are you looking at the demo sheet now?
No, I'm looking at the architectural or the structural plans. It's
okay, structural plan. Okay.
ST5 of 7.
Okay. All right.
And you can see this sheet. It has the roof joists, the roof rafters, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And then it shows on the outside, and let me zoom down. And I'll be honest with you, my client and the architect were very aware of this while they constructed, and it took me a minute to have them explain it to me. But you can see here where it's blown up that it actually shows the walls below.
Okay.
The roof, right?
Right.
So then if we go to the second floor, framing, oops, sorry.
Wait, hold on. Wait, go back to that. Where does it show the walls being framed?
2x6 wall studs, 2x6 wall studs, 2x6.
That's for the framing to hold up the roof on the floor, up to the next floor.
But
not
as
the below floor, not the below floor, the one up above that you're going to be walking on, which is the second.
So I'm sorry.
Where your mouse is, that's for that wall, not the below wall.
No, that's the wall that goes from the roof down to the third floor, correct?
All right, yeah. So that gets all new framing. The one below it gets no new framing.
Oh, well, hold on a second.
Oh, okay.
Just hold on a second. Let's just wait a second. Okay. So we both agree that this is the roof and then the framing in this area here, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. So then if we go to the second floor.
Oh, that's actually a third floor one you were showing me for the.
So this is now, this is what they call the third floor. So we started with the roof and we went down below.
Right.
And then the floor that's below that, which they call this is called the third floor. Then that goes down, that shows the floor and the framing below that, the walls that are below that. Okay.
Right.
So that would be, and I think if we go back down here, that's this here, and then in this area. Correct?
Right. Okay.
I'm sorry, it's trouble navigating with it blowing up this large. Okay, so now I'm going to go. All right. Now we have, this is the ground floor.
Okay.
With the framing that goes down below that.
Okay.
Okay. So this now, so back to this one. So this is the first floor below the roof, and then the framing below.
Right.
But when you look at this plan back here, that's this level, correct?
Go back over. I got it too. What page you on?
Yep. Right?
Yeah, what page you on?
And then, what page are you on?
So I'm still on, so I have to refer back to this elevation. So
ST5.
starting on 5 of 7, ST5, that was the
Right.
roof going to here. The
Right.
next one was this floor going to here, which was ST. Let me go to that.
Right.
4 of 7, ST4.
Okay.
All right. Now we're going to go to the floor that goes to grade, right? It goes to the front grade, correct?
Right.
Which is the floor above. And this is ST3, 3 of 7. Maybe it's easier if I zoom out a little bit. But this now shows new studs going to the floor, which now goes down to that ground floor.
Right.
Before you get off that, Mr. Orphanides, where's the front door in this on that image?
So I will agree that this, and it's something I discussed with both the architect and the client, that the front door that shows up on this should have been on here.
Okay, so
but as you work your way from the roof down, it's clear that these wall studs are.
But that's not what I'm asking. No, 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 you're getting off the point I'm asking. If you point your cursor where the front door should be, will be, is there. There's, it's already agreed, undisputed, that the rear of the house will be rebuilt with 1 or 2 story addition, correct?
No, so the way it was is that it was going to be demolished. It was going to be removed down to the first floor, the existing studs, which are the floor of the first floor and the ceiling of the walkout.
If the demolition plan didn't show that.
The demolition, and I can have the
And that may be a better way to approach this because we're using different labels for different levels.
right.
And I'm suggesting that maybe that you can recall Mr. Bucastanano potentially if your architect and your client can give some more clarity to what was planned.
Certainly. But the point is that in this plan, this floor shows the joist going down and replacing the walls of the ground floor. And then we can talk about, so at least on the structural plans, it shows what was done out at the site. Would that sound correct, Supervisor?
Sure. But doesn't it still says existing walls? That's what we got to get by.
No,
Mr. Orphanides, if you could go back to that picture. Good afternoon, Mr. Orphanides.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pincus.
Always nice to see you. Could you go back to the preceding picture? Because I'm unable to see on my computer. I believe you're referring to and you've got your arrow pointed to wording that's in the side right there. I can't read that wording.
So that's it.
Could you magnify that a bit?
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Yep. It's just my computer seems.
I assume that's what you're referring to as a new wall or the wall that.
Right. That's the new wall that is at the first floor, what we're calling the first floor. So this is the framing of the second floor, and which is the first floor ceiling, and then the walls that support it below.
And that's describing it as a new wall as opposed to an existing wall. It doesn't show, right. And that is one of the drawings that was submitted in connection with the application for an addition and or alteration.
Correct.
Thank you.
And Mr. Orphanides, that was on site plan, structural plan number 1, correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Tennant, what's that?
Is this the structural plan? The ST1?
Yes, these are the structural.
Okay, that's what I said. Okay, yeah. I see it down there now. Yes, that's what I thought.
And then the existing wall that's shown is, you can see it's the foundation wall. This is not the wall of the first floor, and it says structure to remain. So I think, and then here, the existing structure to remain, that's the first, this is again, looking from the first.
Mr. Orphanides,
down.
what I
Yes.
want to ask you to do though is that you make an argument. What I really just focus in on, Mr.
I'm just trying to
Bosco.
answer the question. So I didn't mean to get into it that far into it. I
Thank
meant
you, Mr. Orphanides. Appreciate it.
to ask the supervisor whether these plans, as he looks at them,
No,
do
so
they
if you look at
depict what was actually done at the site?
no, so see where you're labeled where it says existing structure to remain. That's labeled first floor framing. Existing structure to remain. Then you're scrolling down. Then you're going to the second floor framing.
Yeah, but you have to. But if you, I think
Now
the
we're
problem
looking
is you're
now.
looking at. Okay, I don't need to argue. We can explain it. We can explain it with my architect. I don't need. I'm not going to spend any more time on this.
Okay.
But essentially, you have to look from the roof down, or it doesn't make sense. Because every level is the floor plus the framing below. So let me keep going here. All right, keep on here. And the reason I asked these questions as supervisor is because the council for the city had stated that there was nothing on the plans indicating that the exterior walls should be removed, and that's why I was getting into asking these questions of you regarding the rest of the plans. There have you looked at the inspection history for this property, Mr.
Yes.
Supervisor?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you have that history in front of you?
I'm
Yes.
going to object as to the relevance of the inspection history.
Well,
Again,
okay, you can
this-
respond, Mr. Orphanides, but
But part of our argument is a vested rights argument. And part of that argument, and I've stated in my appeal, is that there were plans that were submitted that were issued that my client relied upon and built according to the plans, and that work was done, and that L&I, who I'm very familiar with, having represented them and been in this position as counsel for the city herself, there was a lack of action that was taken at a time when it should have been taken, and my client has expended considerable sums of money, basically constructed a whole house.
okay, Mr. Orphanides, we understand your argument. I don't want to spend too much time on it. Then this is what I'm going to ask you to do, though, is to narrow your questioning regarding that matter, because it wasn't part of Ms. Bastiano's testimony.
Okay. Sir, you issued the violation notice, correct?
Yes.
I'll just go on to my next question. Okay. And why was it that you determined that the permit, was it you that made the determination that the permit was to be revoked, or did you say that was downtown?
That's the plans people do that. They
Okay.
revoke permits.
And do you have any idea why it needed to be revoked and why it could not be amended?
He exceeded the permit. As far as I know, amendments are for once you remove a whole floor, you gotta get all new plans for that. Amendment would be for something like if you had an LVL and you use triples, yeah, get that amended, not for a whole demolition of a first floor.
And that's, again, was based upon your review of the plans and possibly not considering these other portions of the plans or how they're written.
Yeah, it says existing, correct.
Okay, I understand.
Because it can be existing and you still frame it with 2x6s. You sister them together.
All right, but the plans don't say anything about sistering, do they?
Right, they don't say anything about the existing wall being removed.
Well, we'll talk about that again as we went through. Again, I don't want to belabor the point per the chairman. After your inspection on June 7th and your issuance of the notice of, going out and receiving the complaint or the notification that there might be an issue, going out and doing your inspection, did you have any conversation with the owners of the property or the
Yes.
that prepared
the
the
owner was
plan?
there. Yeah.
What's that?
The owner was there.
Okay, he was there on June 7th?
I believe it was him, yes, said he was.
Okay. And then the stop work order was issued, the violation was issued on what date?
Hold on, give me 1 second here. The 7th, but I wrote it in error and I had to rewrite it.
So my client didn't receive notice till a month and a half later, correct? Over a month and a half later.
No, he received something, I believe after the June 7th, something and I had to correct. I don't recall what they made me, I had to correct something.
Do you have that? Because I've never seen that. And my client, I don't know that my client's ever seen that. We can ask him, but he had never made mention of that before.
Mr. Orphanides, I think there was testimony earlier that it was a stop work order posted the day of the inspection.
Right.
Was it posted that day of?
Yes, day of. Yes, day of.
Yeah. All right. So
There's
there
a
was a
picture of that,
posting
yeah.
at the property, but neither the notice or the intent to revoke were issued until a month and a half later, correct?
The revoke, I don't know that process.
Okay,
That's
the date on it's July 16th. You don't have any reason to believe that it was issued before then, correct?
No, it was it. Hold on, give me 1 second.
And do you know
The first NOV went out they sent it out June 7th actually, and then it was sent June 10th, and then we had to correct something on the case.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Balkus about this project?
Yes.
Okay, and were those conversations after June 7th?
Yeah, sure. After I came back from the thing and noticed everything that was wrong there.
Okay. Now, the language that's in the letter of intent to revoke the permit, was that language that you provided or the inspector
No,
provided, or is it?
no, we don't. No, we don't. It was for Geese. You can see his name in the see the examiner, your plans examiner. I believe they do it. That and Curtis McDaniel.
Okay. So the examiner reviewed the permit and then Curtis, who's the head of down.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions of the inspector.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Skiles, any redirect or additional witnesses?
Yes, just briefly, some redirect. Okay. Let me go, if you wouldn't, I'd like to share my screen again, Mr. Orphanides, would you mind? Thank you. Okay, supervisor, after the stop work order was issued, was there an attempt to amend the original permit?
I believe so. Yes, I believe so. Yes.
All right, let me share my screen. All right, let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see it.
All right, so I'm gonna show you page. And this is the permit amendment. And so this permit was it was attempted to be amended June 28th of 2024.
Yes.
And what does the note say in the permit amendment?
This amendment is to match the newly built construction with the submission material. The construction deviated from the initial submittal. Please refer to the comment letter for detailed descriptions of the revisions.
So by their own admission through this amendment, they admit.
I'm going to object to the use of the word admission.
Okay, I won't say admission.
Sustained.
But this amendment specifically says that the construction deviated from what was initially submitted.
Correct.
Okay. So now I want to go back.
Ms. Skiles, before you move from that point, who actually has access to place that note in the record on that form?
The person who placed this was Mark Paul.
And who is Mark Paul?
And Mark Paul, I believe, I know his signature is on all of the drawings.
As a design professional?
I can check the permit, but I know this is Mark Paul here.
Okay.
It looks like he's the registered architect.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to get a sense of who was responsible for that note. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Supervisor Boncristiano, I want to go back to these structural plans. Okay. So I believe in Mr. Orphanides' cross, he was questioning you and kind of indicating that this existing wall on the first, so just to clarify, we're on page ST2, sheet 2 of 7 of the structural plans.
Yes.
And we're looking at the first floor framing plan. Now,
Yes.
this first floor framing plan, I believe Mr. Orphanides was indicating in his cross that this existing wall was referencing the basement wall below the first floor. However, what is depicted right here?
Front door.
The front door. And
Yes.
so is there a front door to the basement?
No.
And is that because the basement is below ground at the front of the house?
Yes.
So where this drawing indicates a front door, you would reasonably believe, according to this plan, since they've drawn front door here, this is the first floor. We're talking above ground.
Correct.
And so based on your review of the plans, that's what it means by existing wall. This wall was supposed to remain there that was along the front door.
Yeah. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. That's above that whole thing, as it even says, open to below. You can see it right there. At the
Where
bottom of
does
your
it
it
say,
says open
oh,
to below.
okay,
There's
okay,
below, the stuff below that.
gotcha, open to below, all right. So what we're looking at here, again, is the framing plan for the first floor.
Correct.
And there is no framing, or at least for the majority of the walls, there is no framing plan for the first floor.
Correct.
Now, let me ask you what these red X's are that are along the posts.
2x6. They're four combined, 4 2x6 post.
Okay.
2x6 boards. Yeah.
And they were to be inserted into the existing wall.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what it looks like to me.
Okay. Based on
I'm
your
reading,
review.
if I'm reading that, that's where they're all going, all the way around.
Okay. All right. And so I'm sorry, my computer is freezing. Let me just give me a moment. Okay. I'm sorry, my computer. I'll ask a few questions while my computer allows me to move around again. So we were talking a little bit about notice and when exactly the owners were noticed. So just to be clear, that stop work order was posted on the front door of the property June 7th of 2024.
Correct.
Okay. And also you had said you had wrote a previous case
Correct.
that had not been appealed.
That had not been appealed.
Okay. And an NOV issued under that previous case.
Correct.
And I believe you may have testified on cross that that NOV was sent June 10th, 2024.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. Okay. So then at least as of June 7th, 2024, the owners were on notice that there was a stop work order.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I want to go back to these pictures that I had shown. That you took, okay, this front door and the new board and the framing, was this depicted in the plans? I'm
No.
sorry, was it, it was depicted in the plans?
No, it's not. That wasn't in the plans.
This was not in the plans.
Right.
And that is where the permit was exceeded.
Yes.
By taking down this entire first floor and rebuilding it.
Correct.
Okay. And after you issued this violation, after the stop work order was posted, it's true that the appellants have applied for new zoning and new building permits.
Correct.
Okay. And those new zoning and new building permits are for new construction.
Correct.
And they specifically reference these code violations, the violation case file in
Yeah.
their application.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. And
Okay,
I
thank
will
you.
stop
Do you
sharing
have
my
any additional witnesses, Ms.
Can I,
Cox?
can I just ask a question regarding the applications, the additional applications?
Okay.
Mr. Supervisor, have you reviewed those applications?
No, when they come through, before this case, I looked at them, but I don't fully review the full applications until downtown does all of that.
So did you actually look at the
Yeah, I'm
language
looking at
of
it.
the application? Huh?
Proposed new construction of a single-family home and submission per L&I's request for changing approval of alteration and addition permit.
Okay, and did you look, but you haven't looked at the plans to see how the plans might be the same or different from what was submitted?
Actually, I did, and the new ones that were submitted. Just give me 1 second here.
Okay,
look
Mr.
at it-
Orphanides, you didn't ask a question though. You need to.
No, I asked him whether he looked before.
So,
did
so,
you look at
so I looked at
look
the new
them
ones.
before
Right?
to- I'm sorry, did you look at
So
them?
the new
before
one,
today?
so the new are now changed from first floor to foundation plan, and now the door isn't there.
Okay, so that was corrected, but did you look at the plans before today, or you're just looking at them right now?
No, I looked at them before, and now your new plans still say existing wall,
Okay, all right, thank
not
you.
new wall, not new, no frame and nothing. It still
Okay.
says existing studs and all. Says actually he put on his new plans existing 2x4 stub wall to remain, to be replaced with 2x6 stub walls.
And is it possible that that is to help clarify what wasn't clear to LNI or the inspector when they came
Not
out?
my opinion.
There's
No.
no risk, there's no chance that that's possible.
Maybe.
When you
Your opinion, my opinion.
No, I understand, but when you look
Yeah.
at the structural framing plans and how everything is from the level
Right, yeah,
down.
right, yes.
I
And
mean,
then when you get down to the
that
first-
could have actually been to clarify rather than change something, correct?
Right.
Is that possible?
Say that again. I'm sorry, because we were talking over each
The
other. I'm
fact that
sorry.
when you look at the structural framing plans at every level, it's the level and then the framing below.
Correct.
Is it possible, and my clients they will testify, that it's to clarify for the benefit of LNI and the inspectors, because there seems to be some confusion based upon the prior drawings, how they were viewed, shall we say? Is that possible?
No, because it says existing wall to remain. You can still frame on the inside of the existing wall.
It shows the existing wall to remain at the first floor.
Yes. It doesn't
Um,
say tear down. Doesn't say to take it down or demo. So you can frame 2x6s on the inside wall. You can do all that. That's how I see it. I'm looking at it as the existing wall should still be there. You can frame inside and go up. The existing walls to remain.
I understand. Okay, my clients will
Okay.
because I think it's the same issue as we have on the current drawing. So thank you, sir.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stiles,
Yes,
could you put up city exhibit number 2?
yes. Just give me 1 second to scroll to city 2. Which was yes.
That's it. That's it. Do we know who took this picture and when it was taken?
All I know from what a neighbor. Because all
Well,
of our
actually,
pictures.
Mr. Bus, no. That's for Ms. Skiles to direct.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
for me, I do not, it was submitted to the department by a neighbor. I do not know when it was taken.
Okay, thank you.
It was submitted as a complaint to the department.
That would also include city 3?
Yes, that is correct. It was submitted as part of a complaint by a neighbor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Ms. Skiles, do you have additional witnesses?
No additional witnesses. I would
Okay.
just ask to move the city exhibits into the record.
So moved. All right. Thank you. Mr. Orphanides, your opportunity.
Certainly. Thank you. Share my screen. Go to our exhibits. All right. Okay. So my opening is that what we have here, and you're going to hear testimony from the individual who prepared the plans, that I think there might have been, like, the door might have been shown at the wrong level, but that at every level, you're going to hear testimony. It shows what actually took place out at the site. And which is that everything was removed down to be removed and replaced up. Everything was to be replaced from the first floor on up. That what my client did was he built according to those plans, that when he got to the point that was actually shown, probably at the point that was shown in the second photograph the council for the city showed, where it was down to the floor of the first floor, that Mr. Balkus was out at the site and didn't say anything to my client. My client, assuming there's no issue, he didn't think that there was issue because he was doing what the plans stated, continued on and constructed a whole house. That there were requests for inspections that were made numerous times between that point, and that's in March till June, that there were opportunities to inspect. My client contacted them to inspect. Those inspections were canceled by LNI. And then we don't have an issue until he's built this whole thing at the expenditure of huge amounts of money, this house that he's building for himself and for his family. And at that point, he finds out that there's an issue. And I'm going to, just some really quick things are, this is the property right here in question.
Okay, Mr. Orphanides, what I'd like you to do, if you could put your case on it so you aren't testifying yourself.
No, that's fine. It's just my opening. And now I'm getting
Okay.
into my case, is that the
Okay.
property is located on a private drive, Pheasant Hill Drive. It's not a city street, it's a public drive. As such, from a zoning standpoint, the only zoning criteria that apply to it are open area, the height of the structure, and then the use of the structure.
Wait, you say it's not a city street, but you
No.
said it's a public drive.
No, so it's a private drive. So here's the
Okay.
streets department information. Pine Road, it comes off of Pine Road. It is not on the city plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so it's not, it's a private drive. And you can see here in the photos that I have, right, this is where you come in, that there's a sign here that says private drive, no outlet.
Okay.
It's a private drive. It's a property that my clients, Neer and Katerina Barzilay, own. And again, we're developing for the use of their family home. So at this point, I'd like to call Bar Levy to talk about the plans and some of the things that have been said thus far. So I'm not sure if Mr. Levy was already sworn or
Yes,
not.
he was sworn.
Okay. Mr. Levy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So, Mr. Levy, you prepared the zoning drawings that were submitted to LNI and that were permitted, correct?
Yeah, I did.
Now, yeah, now I can see. I couldn't see you earlier. I just needed to be able to see his image. Okay.
I'm just going to object to the zoning drawings. The zoning permit's not at issue here, so I would object to relevance.
That's not a disputed fact. So if we could move on, given time and other cases.
I'm just saying, well, Bar, is the building permit based, is there any dispute that the building permit and the construction drawings are based upon zoning drawings and a zoning permit that you have to get first, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the zoning
Mr. Levy, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Sounds, maybe you need to move closer. You're in an echo room.
I'm in a small room. Can you hear me better? I'll try to raise my voice a bit.
That's better. Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Levy, on the zoning drawings, because it has a little more detail as far as what the existing conditions are than what's shown on the construction drawings. It shows the existing structure, higher grade coming in, what we've been calling the first floor, and then a walkout below that, correct?
Correct.
And then it shows window going in at the first floor level, it shows a window at that level, it shows a level above and a level above that, correct?
Correct.
So 3 levels above grade, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the roof that's to be constructed is a pitched roof or a gabled roof, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that zoning permit was issued as a matter of right, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And that was issued on March 29, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And that says that it's erection of an addition from an existing one-story single-family dwelling, correct?
Yes.
And that zoning permit was amended at some point to increase the gross floor area, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm looking to look at the building plans, the same documents that were provided by council. This permit was issued, building permit was issued on 10/23/2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it says this project's for adding a story and attic space on top of an existing one-story structure. In addition, interior alterations proposed for the existing basement and first floor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the plans that Council for the City showed, the ones that were approved 10/21/23 by Varagese, these are the plans for the project, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to cut to the chase. Well, first of all, you prepared these plans, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to start with what I was talking with the supervisor about.
Mr. Orphanides, if I may, I just want to confirm there was reference to a Mr. Mark Paul.
Yes.
Does Mr. Levy work in the same firm or work for Mr. Paul?
Mr. Barr, could you please answer that question?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mark Paul is my associate, and he's on the call. I assume he's in the hospital, so he might not be able to talk, but he should be with us.
Okay, but one other thing along those lines, Mr. Orphanides, Mr. Paul's stamp is on the drawings, not Mr. Levy's, correct?
Correct, but Mr. Levy works with Mr. Paul. Mr. Levy prepared these drawings and they were reviewed by Mr. Paul and stamped off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that preliminary foundation would have been good, so we know.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm trying to move through. So I did ask if he prepared them, but yes, now we're a little clearer. Thank you.
Okay.
So Mr. Levy, there's been discussion regarding the plans, the structural plans, the framing plans. Can you explain for the board's benefit what is shown on each of these levels? And I'm starting with the roof framing plan.
Yeah.
And if you could magnify it a bit, Mr. Orphanides, so we can read some of the notes.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. Mr. Orphanides, if you don't mind, just zoom into the plan so they could see the notes. So a framing plan, after discussions with the structural engineers, when you look at the framing plan of a certain floor, you are considering what is holding that floor, what is framing that floor and keep it in place. So when we look at the roof framing plan, in this plan, we could see the structure that is completely holding the roof, not above the roof, but below. So the 2x6 walls around the perimeters are bearing walls, and they capture the loads from the rafters and from a ridge. And as you see, there is some overhangs from those walls, but those overhangs, as you could see, they come underneath. They come above the wall that is shown, underneath the roof peak as the roof slopes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it shows, this plan shows the roof slopes on each side. Where is the center of the roof is taken structurally, and what type of rafters should be used.
Okay, and so it's we were going through with the supervisor, this roof plan shows the roof joists and then the walls of the floor below it, which is the third floor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then if we go to what's called the third floor framing plan, that is which if I go back to this, which floor, and I'll try to point in directions, which floor is and which walls does that plan indicate? Is it here?
So the third floor, you're talking about the third floor framing, I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the third floor framing is the walls showing on that are the walls between the second floor and the third floor. These are the walls holding the third floor. If it's the third floor framing,
yes,
it's the structural components which frame this floor.
Okay.
So yeah.
And so that's right here, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, okay, so then if we go to the next one, which is the level where you come in off of the higher grade, correct? Which is what we've been calling the first floor. That is right here, correct?
Correct. So this is the second floor framing plan, meaning we're looking at the joist of the second floor,
Mm-hmm.
and the walls underneath those joists, those bearing walls which hold those joists. So it's the walls between the first and second floors.
Okay.
Okay, wait, before you move off that, though, what are the notes saying? Could you magnify it a bit so we can see what the notes are saying?
Sure. So again,
that's written on the drawing.
Yeah, sure. This is so to look at it another way, is it correct that this is the ceiling of the first floor and the walls of the first floor? Correct? I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you.
Correct.
Okay. And this was harped upon by counsel for the city and the supervisor. Well, he was answering questions, but should there be a door? Is the door put on the wrong plan?
It's sorry to cut you off, but a door in a framing plan is not highly necessary because it's not a structural component. Sometimes the structural engineer will decide to show it or not. In these plans, it's mislabeled in the wrong floor plan. As if you would open that door, you would reach soil. You would be underground. So yeah.
Well, which is the next sheet, where it says first floor framing plan. So what is this showing? What is this showing?
This is showing the existing structure to remain, which is the floor of the first floor, the floor assembly. And then underneath it, we have the CMU walls, which go from the ceiling of the cellar all the way down to foundation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, showing this door at this level it was a mistake, correct? It was a stray, correct?
It was. It was. Yeah.
Okay. And then the last plan, well, then again, this shows existing structure to remain. What is that? The existing structure to remain?
These are existing joist and floor assembly of the first floor, and they are to remain. There was an addition on that floor sticking out towards the backyard, and you could see that there we exposed some of the joist to create a proper connection between the existing structure, basement to first, to the extension. And you could see that there is a PSL that was bolted staggerly to make sure the addition and the existing joist are acting as one.
So I believe the supervisor might have stated that the first floor, the existing joists for the first floor were removed. That's not the case, other than in this one area, correct? Right here?
In that area that you have your crosser on, that is to remain.
Yeah.
However, we exposed it. We showed the joists because we wanted to show a connection between those joists to the new ones. If you look at the perpendicular ones, there's one that are 90 degrees. Those are new, and that's why we have, and that's the existing joists, and underneath it, in plan-wise, underneath it, you have the 16 on center TJIs with 16 on center spans.
Okay.
Really. Yeah.
So, and here it says EX joist. That means existing joist, right?
Yes.
And that's really similar to where it says existing structure to remain, but you just exposed it here to show the connection between the new addition at that level, and then where it integrates or where it meets the existing joist, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then going down to what's called, then we have the next plan, which is called the foundation plan. Now that's not called the cellar plan, that's called the foundation plan, correct?
Yes, this is the foundation plan we're looking at.
All right. Now the question becomes, it says existing walls. So what are those? Are those the walls that go up from the cellar slab up to the underside of the first floor joist, or is that a different wall?
It's a wall. The wall is continuous from underneath the first floor assembly all the way to its foundation. When we're working with an existing structure, we are assuming that the wall goes underneath at least -3 feet, and it's still a wall with its own foundation. So we refer to it as existing wall with its own foundation. If you look at the bottom of the page, you will see where the addition is, and there we're referring to just the foundation of that wall, meaning just the -3 or more act. Because there we know we know what's going on. It is new. We're going to dig. We're doing the pour foundation. Make sure it has the correct footing and rebars and whatnot, and it needs to attach to an existing wall with its own foundation.
Okay. So that is basically, I mean, it's a foundation wall. It's what you normally see that's built above the spread footer that's below grade. And just more of the portion of the wall that's below grade or just above grade at that lower level.
Correct.
The foundation that the whole building is built upon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, they talked about the demo plan. So, well, let me go back. So, in your opinion, does what was shown on sheets, let's say ST1, which is 1 of 7, through I think it was ST5, show the work that was done at the property, which included putting new framing above from the first floor joist up?
I believe so. I would have to inspect very carefully to give you a full answer for that.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Alfanides, wait a minute. You're showing this document. So shouldn't Mr. Levy be able to point out on the document what supports his opinion?
Sure.
I'm sure that's why you showed it to him. So I guess I want to have him show us what on that document will support his position that it's just new framing for the first floor.
Well, I think
The second floor, sorry. The second floor framing page, which is page above. In this framing plan, we've seen 2x6 wall stud at 16 on center, without any existing structure to be attached to.
Now, is that the ground level at the front door's first level?
Yeah. So this is this is what is holding the second floor. So it's the second floor joist with the walls underneath them, which is from grade to second floor.
So if you would show us just tell us on the drawing what says that for those who are reading the drawings.
Yes. So if you zoom a bit into where it says the 2x6 wall stud at 16 on center.
I just hit it more. There you go.
So if there was a wall to remain, you would see the existing 2x4 studs attached to the 2x6 stud. So they would really need to label each stud or label, an existing wall to be sistered. And in this plan, we just see the 2x6 wall studs at 16 on center.
Okay, but what is that note at the top of the drawing? That's right below 21-815-16, I believe. What does that statement say? If you may need to magnify it just a bit more.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, if I'm correct with what I'm reading, it says bearing 2x6 wall studs at 16.
Okay, all right. That's what I need to understand. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's what I was trying to convey, that each of these levels, it's the roof and what's below the roof. When it says third, it's the third floor framing and what supports that framing. So it's actually the walls of the second floor. Where it says the second floor, it's the floors and the framing below, which is walls of the first floor.
Okay.
So let me, if I may, this drawing that we're looking at now is of the first floor of the building that you enter from Pheasant Hill Drive without the front door. And when it says bearing 2x6 wall studs, that is referring to the wall that is in the cellar or basement.
No, these are the walls at the first floor. So new studs, new 2x6 wall studs at 16 inches on center to be built at the first floor to support the walls of the first floor to support the second floor above or the first floor ceiling.
Okay.
But what the testimony that's been presented has said that the drawings reflect the floor below, and what you're saying, this drawing does not reflect the floor below.
It does, because it says the second floor.
This is the second floor. Okay.
So it's the floor joists of the second floor, and then the framing that supports that, which is the wall of the first floor. That's why we said the roof that shows the roof, and it shows the framing below, which is the third floor walls. The
Take
third
us then,
floor was
take
the
us,
floor-
please, Mr. Orphanides, take us to the drawing that shows us the first floor then, right? This is the second floor, correct?
second floor, and then the
Right.
first floor
First.
walls below, and the first floor walls below it.
All right, so take us to the floor below this.
Sure.
Below it, not above it.
This is it. This is the floor below it. So this is the framing of the first floor. When you walk in, this is the framing of the first floor. Oops, sorry. Correct, Bar?
And so that door there is, oh, I see. This is the first floor.
Well,
Okay.
no, so here's a mistake. Here, and there is a mistake, but I don't believe this is enough to throw the whole drawings in the trash. Is that these walls are the walls below. These are the walls at the level of the walkout. And
How
at
do we
this
know that? But how do we know that?
Yeah, Mr. Orphanese, is this ST1?
This is ST.
ST5?
No, this is because every floor, you have to look at it. It's confusing.
ST2.
This is
Okay.
ST2. So again, the roof is the roof, and Bar can explain this, but I'm just trying to help this along. You have to, each floor is the floor, the level of the joist. So the roof is the roof joist and the walls below that support it. The third floor framing is the third floor, and the framing below it, which is the second floor walls. The second floor, which we just showed, is the second floor and the walls below it that support that, which is actually the first floor walls, which everybody's saying there was nothing about that on the plans, but there are on the plans. They're showing brand new studs at the first floor. Then what's the first floor framing plan shows the existing framing from the existing house. This is the first floor that you walk on. And then there's new framing here, which is where the addition out the back is. And then shows the existing walls of the cellar of the walkout below. Then you go to the foundation plan, which is the next plan. And that goes from the slab down. And whatever's tied into the foundation walls. Those exist, and to be clearer, and that's part of, and Bar can speak to that about the resubmission. The idea was initially to try to clarify some of these things because there seemed to be confusion. However, if you look at the plans, they do say what was actually done out there in terms of what was built.
Okay, let's get to that part if we can.
Sure.
Because I do have a question regarding some detail, but let's move on.
Sure. So Bar, in terms of the demo plan, which was also discussed, does the demo plan reflect what was demolished?
No.
Okay. So there was an error.
What was that answer?
No.
The answer was no.
No, sir.
Thank you.
So is it correct, Bar, that the plans did not accurately show what was demolished, but it showed what was going to be constructed, and the only way that you can construct new studs onto walls of the first floor is by removing them, correct?
One more time, I'm sorry. The
only way you can put new studs at the first floor walls, studs for the first floor, is by removing them, correct?
You can sister that. You
But
don't
that's
have to
not,
fully
but
remove
that's not what was shown on the plans,
No,
correct?
it was shown on the structural plan.
Yeah, the plan showed new studs, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So yes, it seems like there is a discrepancy in the plans between the demo and the new construction. But on the new construction, it does show what was actually to be built, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions right now of this.
Ms. Scouse, you have any cross?
Yes, I do. Okay. All right, I'm going to, with the board's permission, I'd like to share my screen.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Levy, can you let me know when you can see my screen?
Okay.
Okay. So we're looking at ST5 of the structural plans. And so it's your testimony today that this plan shows the roof framing plan and the floor below. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I need more I just need a little more clarification of what elements, what structural elements we're looking at in this photograph.
you're looking at the roof framing plan, which is the roof joist or the roof rafters.
Roof rafters.
Nesting on the bearing walls, which support these rafters and joists.
Okay, and where resting on the bearing wall, so that is what would be the 2x6 wall studs.
Correct.
Okay, so this is resting on the walls beneath. And so since we're building up, there must be vertical elements depicted in this photograph, correct? If it's resting on the floor below, can you show me where the vertical elements are?
Please redefine vertical elements. What do you mean by?
So where vertically, I can see what's depicted horizontally in this photograph, but are there vertical structural elements depicted in this photograph?
The walls are vertical.
Yeah, there may be, I think what she's asking, is there a cut or something that would show the profile of the addition?
We do have sections.
Yeah, the section, Ms. Giles, I think the section sheet would give you what we all would want to see. I don't know what page that's on though.
Is it? Is this what you mean by sections?
That's an elevation, but we could use that most likely.
Mr. Levy, you did these drawings. You can tell us which page to go to.
Yeah, I don't share my screen and I don't want to take forever.
Oh, don't share your screen. Just tell us which page to scroll to.
I want, sir. So you could go to, for instance, A201 on the architectural.
A201?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
So these are the sections. So the vertical element that you're referring to, if I understand it correctly, are what is the vertical component that hold the roof? Is that correct? And the roof,
yes.
And the roof is nested on the exterior wall, which are the 2x6 walls. So if you look at the plan on the left, for instance, you see RA1 is the roof, and you could see the slope of the roof, and you could see how that slanted roof nesting on the verticality of those walls, which travel all the way down to foundation.
Okay, so what I want to see on the structural plan is this, what is this depicted here?
That's a non-bearing wall. That is just,
A non-bearing wall. Can you see that on the structural plan?
I don't believe so. We could look at it. If you go back, we could take a look at it.
Okay.
It's not
relevant.
It's not necessary for structure if it's not structural components. So
are the only load-bearing walls the exterior walls?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I would just like to re-show you the roof framing plan, roof rafters. And clarify, can you see those non-load bearing walls in this picture?
I cannot see that.
Okay. Okay. All right. But it's your testimony today that this floor we're looking at with the door actually depicts the framing plan of the basement.
It's the framing plan. The answer is no. It's the framing plan of the first floor.
Okay.
Meaning it's what's holding the first floor. So it's the first floor joists held by the existing walls between the basement, excuse me, foundation and first floor.
Okay. Okay. So I will go back to D001, the demo plan. And you prepared these drawings?
Yes.
Okay. And okay. And so anything indicating anything with an arrow and a 1, according to these plans, indicates what should be demolished.
Yes.
Okay. And there's no indication this it's my left there's no indication on these plans that this left wall should be demolished.
That's correct.
And there's no indication that this this rear I believe this is actually the front wall because we see the front door. There is no indication this front wall should be demolished.
There isn't.
And there's no indication this right wall should be demolished.
Correct.
And there's no indication that this partial rear wall should be demolished.
Correct.
Yet it's your testimony that you submitted plans that directly contradict themselves, that although your plans don't reflect any demolition of the first floor, it's your testimony that your plans reflect new framing of the first floor.
It's my testimony that the structural plans don't show the existing walls for to remain. This, yeah. So this floor plan, if you could go to the notes on the upper right, is what to be demolished complete. And at this point, you know, we looked at it architecturally at this plan, what walls are to modify in order to modify the architectural plan, and what walls stay in their place in terms of their place. And so if you go back to the plan, you could see that.
But no, you asked us to look at these notes, and
Yeah,
number 1 says remove walls.
Remove
None of those,
walls.
yeah,
right.
but none of those ones are pointing to the exterior walls.
Correct. So at the bottom, that's where it's remove wall complete. So what happened there is an inconsistency between the architectural and the structural plans. As we left, you know, the architectural plan in terms of demo to the structural to tell us how to build it. In terms of the locations, those walls, the black walls, remain where they were. And we look at the structural plan to tell us, you know, how to build this building, how to really reframe it.
Okay.
Mr. Bay, that note up there says remove walls. This is the demo plan. So those are load-bearing walls that Ms. Skiles was referencing. They don't indicate to remove load-bearing walls. You're talking about refer to the structural plan, and you're also indicating that the structural plan is indicating how to build. And we're talking about, and if I'm correct, and I could be wrong, but this violation is about removing load-bearing walls. It's a part of it. So you're saying it says remove walls, doesn't indicate load-bearing, but then you're saying on structural it says build walls. So where does it say to remove these load-bearing walls Ms. Skiles was pointing out at?
I do not have a note saying to remove it on this plan.
Okay. Okay. So it does not say to remove these walls.
On the architectural set, it does not say.
On this plan. And you understand that L&I relies on these plans when they perform inspections.
I do.
So if this was incorrect, it would be incumbent upon you to make a modification and submit that to L&I.
When I'm being aware of a modification that needs to be altered and amended, certainly we should submit an amendment to what was submitted before if any job was done not according to this plan.
Okay. And are you aware that an amendment was submitted for this plan?
Yes.
You are, okay. And so that amendment. I'm sorry, I'm having some computer difficulties, but without having it directly in front of me, that amendment specifically states that the permit was being amended because here, let me scroll up. Okay, this amendment specifically states that construction deviated from what was initially submitted. That's what the amendment states.
Yes, deviation requires amendments.
Well, I believe it was your testimony today that there was not a deviation from the plan, that the plan did reflect what was built. The structural plan did reflect what was built. So what is it? Did it deviate from the initial submission or not?
From the architectural, yes.
Okay, so there was a deviation from the architectural plan.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ofanides, do you have any additional witnesses?
Yeah, well, I just run follow up on this, or a couple follow-ups. Mr. Levy, so an amendment was submitted to clarify or to bring the demo portion of the plans in conformance with the construction portion of the plans, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when it states that, because I think that the city is trying to lead the board to a conclusion that might not necessarily be accurate. So when the language there, which, I don't know, I didn't submit the application, and they're providing us where they say the deviation there's construction that was deviated from what was originally submitted. Do you know if that's, for right now, do you know if that's Mr. Paul stating that that there was a deviation, or that the city is stating there was a deviation?
I received the stop work order that requested us to submit to show that the walls were removed. So we created that amendment per guidelines.
And I'm sorry, so who told you to do that?
We just got the stop order, and we thought about what is on the stop order, what doesn't match. We examined, we saw that there is a mislink between the structural and the architectural, and we tried to show the department what was done.
Okay, and so you submitted the amendments, and so why are we here today? What was there a problem with the amendments? Was there a problem at either the construction phase or the zoning phase?
The zoning phase. So we received the request to not amend, but submit newly permits both for zoning and building permits. So we followed guidelines.
Okay, and those requests came from LNI, correct?
Correct.
And you submitted for zoning, and what happened? Did you get a by right zoning permit?
No, we submitted for zoning to really see where we're standing in that case, and we saw that if you look at this building as new construction, it will need to follow multiple setbacks and such. So we didn't continue with that submission. We did get comments, so we did communicate with LNI as we typically do, and we get comments quite daily. So it was just communicating at this point.
Right, and did the fact that it was
Mr. Orphanides, I had to ask you though, your client did not really give you a good answer because his statements are contradictory.
What's that?
In terms of, did they not submit a new zoning building permit for new construction?
No, did they submit?
Yeah.
And they did.
But he's saying that means that at some point he said he stopped.
Right, and I'm trying to tell you like why he stopped. Why he stopped is that, I don't want to testify for him, but
but as a licensed architect and designer, he knows what the answers. Before he submitted it, he knew what the rules were.
Oh, no. Oh,
In terms of setback, et cetera, if it's new construction.
Mr. Chairman, let me just tell
Okay,
you.
all right.
and I've
Well,
been
we
doing this-
disagree.
I've
I
been doing
won't
this for a
go
long
into you.
time.
I'm sorry.
I have to correct notices of refusal on a daily basis.
Okay.
So,
All
I mean,
right.
let me just tell you, you don't know what you're going to get, and often
Okay.
there has to be corrections.
No,
but
I'm saying that
Yep.
as a design professional, you know what should be the response based on the conditions that you're designing to and the
Right,
rules
and
that
the
exist.
and this is why, and this is the problem why we're here, is because LNI is determined that, forgetting about, well, because of the exterior walls being removed, which is in my exhibits, that they're now claiming that more than 2/3 of the floor joists have been removed.
Objection, that was not part of our argument. That's not
So-
part of our argument today.
No,
Yeah.
but it's relevant.
let me
You
apologize.
opened the door. Council opened the door to the application of the amendment. She opened the door, and I'm getting into the amendment. She wants to paint a picture that somehow it's an admission, and it's not an admission. It's my client and his architects, his design professionals, attempting the best they can to cooperate with LNI. They go and do what they told them to do, and then they say, "Oh, guess what? You can't have it."
Okay.
And on top
So
of spending everything you spent after your inspector was out there, which you're going to hear, now we're not even going to let you, when we tell you to fix it, we're not going to allow you to fix it.
okay,
And-
Mr. Orfanides, wait. You asked him a question as to
Yeah.
what
Yes.
happened. Why are we here today? So let's
Yes.
get back to the answer to that
Okay.
question, because I don't want to
So-
get off
Can
on
I
a whole
just
series of
can I
arguments.
just place in Mr. Orfanides' argument? We did not ask for an amendment. That is not something the department asked for in the revocation.
I object because she wasn't privy to the conversation. She wasn't a party to
Okay,
the
look, I'm ending it now. Let's stop.
Yeah.
And Mr. Levy can answer your questions, Mr. Orfanides. Let's move on.
Certainly.
It's after 3 o'clock. We need to move on.
Mr. Levy, so again, you were told by LNI. Who at LNI told you to submit new applications?
I believe it was the plan examiner, Mr. Curtis Daniel, which we had a call, and he requested us to do that.
Yeah. All right. And you did, and then you weren't, they would not issue by right permits, correct?
Correct. We submitted it and we waited for to understand where is the primary frontage and how, what to determine. It was a step before, getting approvals and understanding where are the setbacks to be and such.
So there was no admission of any wrongdoing. You just thought you were told to do it, and that you thought it was the path of least resistance, the path that would allow our client to continue on with the construction, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
The new drawings that were submitted to the Department of Licenses and Inspections, did they reflect any change to the footprint of the building from the original submission that gave you the addition and or alteration? Did the footprint of what was submitted or the height or any other dimensional aspect of the building change with the submission of the new plans?
I don't believe so. I would have to really dive deep into both submission to make sure. I don't believe anything else was changed.
Mr. Pincus?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You said you don't believe, but you're not sure that there were no changes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's
Mr. Chairman, I
continue.
have a question for Mr. Levy.
Yeah.
Mr. Levy, did you testify you drew the demolition plans?
Yes, I was part of the design group who did that. Yeah.
Who instructed you to leave those walls, and who instructed you to take what walls to take down?
One more time, please.
Who instructed you what walls to leave up and what walls to take down?
So when we did an exercise of design with the client, which is the contractor and the owner of the house, we looked at the envelope that he wanted to modify, and we looked what walls are to remain in their location and what walls are to be surely open and removed in order to extend and expand to those directions. So we basically, as a design group, we made sure that we're showing those walls to be expanded.
So the walls that were left supposedly to be left up in the demolition plan was because of the outside? What it looked like from the outside?
Yeah, it's the same location. They're in the same location to be. The envelope remains in that location where it is, where those walls are.
But you knew you were going to take them down. Why didn't you, in the demolition drawings, put a number 1 there, say take these walls down? When you purposely put number 1s on the other walls.
It's a structural demolition when you think about it in terms of removing bearing walls, and we just did not show it on the architectural. That's why I say the reason inconsistency between the architectural and structural. Just being honest and try to to tell you the way we did it.
I'm looking at
the
drawings, right?
You made a mistake, correct?
Yeah, there is an inconsistency in the architectural demolition plan, which we try to amend to correct, but there is.
Mr. Levy, who's the contractor on this job?
It's Mr. Barzilai.
Is that the owner of the home?
It is.
Is that a yes?
I got one question for you. I'm looking at the approved scope of work. It says approved scope of work. This project is for adding a story and attic space on top of an existing 1-story structure. Did you do that?
Talking to me?
I'm talking to Mr. Levy.
I didn't build it. It wasn't done by me. What do you mean by that? Did you build that?
No, this is what is on the scope of work that's supposed to have been done from the building permit.
Yeah, Mr. Washington, what may happen? I believe Mr. Orphanides will be putting Mr. Barzilai on the stand. I assume that am I correct, Mr. Orphanides?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that may be the question for him because in addition to being the owner, apparently he's also the builder.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else for Mr. Levy before we move on? If not, Mr. Orphanides, would you call your next witness?
Certainly, and I can address I think what Mr. Pincus was getting to in my closing. So next would be Nir Barzilai.
Okay, he's been sworn, so.
Yes. Nir,
okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna, let's see, can I have my, can I share again?
Yes, please.
All right, Mr. Barzilai. You are the owner, one of the owners of the property. You and your wife own the property?
Correct.
Okay. And you're also the contractor on this project?
Correct.
And you're building this project for your own personal home, correct?
Correct. For me and my family.
Okay. And you might have to speak up a little bit. I don't know. I'm having a little trouble hearing you. So
you hear me better?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you. And as was indicated, building permit was secured in October of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And you started construction soon thereafter, correct?
Correct.
And I included at tab 6 your records, your personal notes and can you tell me you provided me with these notes. Can you tell me what they say?
Those are the timelines of the inspector showing up in my property.
Why don't you go through the dates and the inspector was, a little bit of detail about what happened at each of those dates?
So 10/26/2023, Jack came for foundation inspection.
Mm-hmm. Was that that was the foundation for the addition? The little bump out at the back of the walkout, correct?
back at the side of the, on the side of the house.
In the side addition, correct? Yes.
Right.
Okay. And then-
3/12/2024, Jack Cam. The demolition was done, framing was started.
Okay.
I
Go ahead.
believe,
Go
yes.
ahead. No, you go ahead.
I believe he came for a complaint. So he showed up because of a neighbor called. So, you know, I was there with the framers. The most of the house was done by them.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the photograph. I'm gonna try this, go to the photograph. I don't think this is tabbed, so just gonna have to scroll. Counsel for the city had shown a photograph.
Exhibit.
Sorry, folks. I'm gonna scroll through as quickly as possible. So all right. Okay. So to City Exhibit 3, does what when Mr. Balkas came out in March of 24, what was the state of the project? Was it like this? Was it different than this? Was there more walls up, less walls up?
It was actually in between Exhibit 2 to Exhibit 3. The walls were, more of the walls were off by then, but not completely.
So is this the existing structure, or is this the new structure you were building?
This is the old structure.
So this isn't the new structure, this is the old structure. Okay. So it was somewhere between this and being completely, the first floor walls being completely gone.
I'm pretty confident he came on Exhibit 2nd, like on the same, he was there on the day of Exhibit 2nd.
Of the second exhibit,
Yeah.
but not the third exhibit.
No.
Okay.
He was there when we were taking the left wall off.
Okay, so the exterior walls were being removed when he was out there, or they had been removed, correct?
Correct. More than you see that exhibit in Exhibit 2.
Okay, more walls had been removed. So it's like you said, between Exhibit 2 and Exhibit 3. But the exterior walls, some of the exterior walls, at least some of them, had been removed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did Mr. Balkas at that time say anything that you were in violation of your permit?
No, he just said that he got a complaint and he came over. Very polite, very nice.
Okay.
And he took a few pictures. If I'm not mistaken, he left.
Okay. Then March 14th, which is 2 days later, you have the supervisor, John Bueno Cristiano. And so, and he came out to the site?
Let me read it.
Or
So-
was this
No,
a
no.
communication? Was this a communication you had with him?
Not come, yeah, he did not come. I just had to read. So we asked for them to come and look at the site. And, you know, this is my first project that I'm building for my family. And I wanted them to come and verify that, you know, everything is, actually, Jack was very polite the first day that he came, and he's like, everything you need, call me, please, if you have any questions. So I did call, and I put other inspection in play. And John called me. I was with my wife in the car. I remember exactly where it was, and he pretty much was aggravated with me that I put those inspection in order. Then he just called me only when the house is done, for roughing. And I explained him that this is my first project and I would like to, so he's like, our job is not to consult. I will do all those inspections when the time comes.
Okay, who was that Mr. Orphanides? I'm not clear with whom he was speaking. Who's that conversation with?
I had this conversation with John after John called me. I placed all those
I was looking at your log that you had up. There was 3 significant yeah, that, and you said, so you were talking to Mr. Cristiano at that time. That was your conversation with him?
when he called me to let me know that Jack is not going to come. And that's pretty much what he said.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Okay.
so again, just to be clear, Mr. Balkus was out in October when you were digging the foundation for the additions. And then he was out in March after you had already removed at least some of the exterior walls. And then you also had a conversation thereafter when you wanted to have additional inspections. You had a conversation with Mr. Buono Cristiano, correct?
Correct.
And then what is this document? This document here?
All those cancel, all those inspections, those are the ones that John canceled after I talked to Jack and asked him to come for those. They were due, so I just pressed on them.
Mr. Orphanides, would you offer some foundation? What are we looking at? What document? Who created it?
I'm gonna have him. I was gonna have him do that. So, Mr. Barzilay, Near, what is this document? Where did you get it?
This is a screenshot for my Eclipse.
Mhm.
And that was a proof that I wanted to provide you to show that I did call for inspection, building foundation, wall inspection, virtual, basically everything you see here on the bottom portion of the page. And it got canceled, and that could have been, all of it could have been prevented.
Mr. Orphanides, I just want to confirm, this is a document from the files, the screen files that are maintained by the city in Eclipse. This is not a document that Mr. Barzilay, I'm saying it correct, Barzilay created. This is a city record.
This one is a city record. I indicated that it was from Eclipse, and he confirmed that he pulled it from Eclipse and took a screenshot. That is correct.
Thank you.
And so Mr. Barzilay, you requested you had inspectors out there when the exterior walls were down. You called for inspections subsequent to, and an inspector came out, was there in March. You had conversations with John Buono Cristiano, and then you requested inspections after that, and the city didn't come out, correct?
We don't object to relevance.
So at no point were you hiding any.
Wait, we got an objection. Okay, this issue of relevance. So I guess just a short response, Mr. Orphanides, before I rule on that.
Sure, it goes to our vested rights argument, and it also goes to my client's state of mind regarding the work that he was doing, which is going to be one of my next questions, regarding whether he believed he was following the plans.
If I may just respond briefly, vested rights is an equitable theory of relief. We are not sitting in a court of equity right now, so I believe any vested rights argument would be inappropriate. This board's powers are specifically enumerated by the charter, so I would object to any vested rights argument.
Okay,
In this
this is wait. This is what we're going to. I want to rule on this objection. The issue here regarding, and I guess I have to ask as I do this, Mr. Orphanides, was there ever any enforcement, like arrest or anything, for working after the stop work order was posted?
No, but matters of vested rights are heard.
I understood. That wasn't my question. It wasn't regarding vested rights. It was whether or not there was any action taken by Mr. Barzilay if he worked after the stop work order was posted. I just wanted to understand.
No, he didn't. No, not after.
Okay, all right. So that I asked that. So what I'm going to do though is overrule the objection, but ask that you narrow your question because, in fact, we want to keep it to what the violations were and what the appeal is about, specifically in the violations.
Well,
'Cause that's where we get to rule. We get to rule based on whether the violations
no,
are proper.
and I understand, but it is in the sense that our position is that the permit should not have been revoked, that they had the opportunity, and there shouldn't have been a stop work order.
Okay.
They had
All
the
right.
opportunity.
Well,
plenty of
make that in your closing, of course, but I'm
opportunity.
asking, go ahead and question your
That's
client.
the relevance of all this, is that it
Okay.
does go to
But
the
I ruled in
underlying.
your favor, but I've asked you to.
No, I understand. I understand. Thank you.
So we need to move on.
Yeah, I understand. I'd like to too. So, Nir, in terms of the work that you did at the site, you heard, you're building this house, correct? Yourself.
Correct.
Okay. Do you believe that the plans, and in looking at the plans, if you can, we can pull the plans up, but you've heard plenty of discussion about them. Do you believe the plans called for a new first floor walls?
Yes.
Okay.
I
And
explained-
is that what you did?
That's what I did. My previous walls were 8 feet high. In the zoning and in the structural plans, my first floor is 10 foot high. There is, as simple as that, I would have to build a new wall to reach to the 10 foot high ceiling. I called the engineer multiple times, and I follow the plan. I follow the structural plans. Yes, that's what I did.
So I'm going to the construction drawings that have been provided by both counsel for the city and by me with our exhibits dated 10/21/23. So, and as you mentioned, you're showing the existing floor here at 10 feet. And then, but here, level 2 is at 8 feet 11. And then it goes up to proposed is, what is that? 6, I can't tell. But you're saying that you had to build the ground floor wall, rebuild the ground floor walls because the walls are actually higher than what was existing.
It was less than 8 feet, and I had to bring it up to 10 feet. And I believe that I did, I built the most structurally sound and follow the structural plans. Beside the fact that the walls were completely rotten, well, I don't know about completely, but was rotten.
I'm sorry.
And yeah, I follow the plans.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, did you just say the walls were completely, did I hear you say rotten?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
So you couldn't have, so basically, when you opened the walls, you found that the walls were rotten, which further supported the plan that you had that was what was on the plans and what you did, which was to replace the ground floor, the first floor walls, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, Mr. Barzilay, you continued after the inspections that we referenced, the inspections that are both shown in your records and in Eclipse's records in March, you continued to build the building up until the stop work order was posted in June, correct?
Say the last thing you got cut off. I'm sorry.
You continued to build from March, when the last time an inspector was out to site and after you had removed at least some of the first floor walls, up until the time that the stop work order was posted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in that time, give me 1 second. You saw the photos that counsel for the city provided with the interiors, correct?
I did.
So in the time from when the city was last out in March until the time they posted the stop work order, you built this, correct?
Correct.
And is that in accordance with the plans?
Yes.
Okay. And so all the way around, you built the addition, you built up, you put the roof on, and interior wise, you framed, correct? You did all this.
Can you bring the pictures into the frame, please?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I'm zoomed in. Yes, I did build that.
So all that, and you ran, as we referenced earlier, you ran mechanicals, electric, and plumbing all in accordance with your permitted approvals?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Mr. Phineas, I have a question for Mr. Barsley. On the second or maybe the third page, I don't know how many pages you permit, there's a series of inspections. Did you follow that series of inspections?
These?
Now, on his permit itself, there is a series of inspections where the contractor, the licensed contractor, is supposed to construct to and then stop. That is correct right there. Were all those inspections performed before you moved on to the next step, sir?
Yes, interior.
So L&I came out at each one of these, the initial foundation, underslab, interior, before you moved on to the insulation and the wallboard?
1 second, let me read it. Interior.
Mhm.
So John specifically told me, and John, I hope you remember that, and my wife was in the car. When I finish and ready for
Now, hold
Oh,
on.
wait. We're not going to have conversations between the witnesses. I suspect, Mr. Tennant, the answer to your question is no.
No.
Well, the reason I asked
But
Mr.
Mr.
Chair is,
Bursley hasn't responded.
yes, thank you. I'm waiting for his answer.
Yeah, go ahead, Nir.
Yes, so in each step of the way, I was communicating with Jack closely, maybe even too closely.
Mr. Bursley, that isn't what you were asked. Did
All right,
you
so
get an inspection at those noted points in the permit?
I asked for inspection, and John told me to finish everything, and then he'll come.
But you're a licensed contractor and you know that you should not move on unless you're following the list of inspections and the department comes out to inspect before you move to the next phase. That's what your license is required for you to do, correct?
Correct, and that's what I did.
Okay.
You proceeded without an inspection to the next step while the level you were at was not inspected, correct?
Can you please give me an example of where did I?
Well, let's look at this. Let's look at the sheet here. Let's go to 201, under slab inspection. Had that inspection been completed before you moved to 313 interior frame inspection, and so forth and so on? Each one of these insulation inspection, an inspector came out before you moved to the next one?
Insulation inspection, I did not insulate the house yet.
Okay, so my question is, did each one of these steps, did you follow the steps on this sheet here to get an inspection before you move to the next phase?
Yes, so the footing, yes. Under slab, yes. Interior framing inspection, installation inspection. Well, some of them I did not get to this point, but yeah, the ones that needed to be done to move to the next step, I did.
You got an inspection for?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just if I can follow up, because I think there's some confusion. So what stage of the project are you at right now? The interior framing inspection stage?
The interior, I did not, nobody did it yet, but yes, I'm at this point.
Okay, so you're not at the point of insulation inspection, you're not at the point of wallboard inspection, you're not at the point of final inspection, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so what's shown in the pictures is the interior framing, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And you haven't gone beyond that, and that's the point where you're at, and that's the point that you would still need an inspection if there wasn't a stop work order and all these violations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But the other inspections were done. The prior inspections to that were finished, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I think we're, I mean, Mr. Tennant, I understand what you're getting at, but I think that we're right, you know, based upon the photos that I took and I provided when I was out there, that, you know, we're at the interior framing, we're at the rough-in inspection space. He hasn't gone past that, and that inspection hasn't taken place. And even if the stop work order wasn't in place, he wouldn't proceed because he hasn't had that inspection. He'd be foolish to close it up before he's had his rough-in inspection, because then he's just
I
gonna
understand that, Mr. Orphanese, but earlier yourself and him sort of referenced the fact of all the cancellations. You were kind of moving in that area, the chart of his eclipse of all the cancellations. I was just trying to verify something that, right. You're
Right.
making a point about all the cancellations by L&I, but they did get there to perform an inspection. It just took some time.
Well, they went to, and Near, is this the only page from Eclipse?
I'm not certain, but I believe so. I would probably take a picture if it was another page.
I mean, the last one is June 11th, 2024, so that's right, that's, after the stop work order was done.
And the
But
previous ones were all May 21st. That's why I was referencing.
yeah, so, but there, obviously you can see that the requests were made and then they were canceled, so,
All on the
Okay.
same day. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
yeah,
Yep.
All right. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr.
Let's
Orphan.
move on.
So anyway, so we're I'm a little thrown off, but anyway, so where I was going was, I wanted to, it was in the process before that of getting down. So there is new framing, and then we're down in the walkout here, correct?
Correct.
And there's new framing, roof, ceiling or first floor framing, and then there's new framing, correct?
Correct.
And this is all the existing framing, correct? That's shown here at the top picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you didn't remove all the first floor. I think this Mr. Supervisor had said he thought that the first floor was removed. The joists, the flooring, I believe, I'm not sure if I'm misstating, I apologize, but just to clarify, basically in terms of the first floor joists, what was left, what was shown on the plans, and what was new, what was shown on the plans, correct?
Correct.
And then again, the walls that were built from there on up were what were shown on the plans, correct? Okay, so the only thing that that wasn't shown on the plans properly, but you were looking at, obviously, that you had to make it was shown to make the walls, the floor to ceiling height greater at the ground floor, that it was showing new walls at the ground floor, that they had to be removed, correct? And the only reason that you submitted, why did you submit an amended applications? Did you decide to do that, or were you told to do that? Was there a conversation with L&I about that, and who?
That was like Bar I confirm everything Bar said, and like you said, it was the path of the less resistant. My intention is to comply with the city and to build an amazing safe house for my family. I'm not trying to cut corners, especially in my own house. I was just trying to comply and move forward, put my ego aside and just move forward. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and I'm still yet to understand what should I do to keep moving.
And that's mainly because, and the reason we're here is because L&I would not issue you new permits as a matter of right, correct?
Correct.
And even though they're probably wrong, but well, they are wrong.
Objection.
Mr. Huff,
But
sustain.
anyway,
Let's
so
move on.
yeah, we'll keep moving on. But and Mr. Barzilay, so and all the time from the time you started with the foundations, when Mr. Baucus was there, when you did the demo, when Mr. Baucus was there, and you continued to work and you requested inspections, and inspections were canceled up until the time that the stop work order was issued. How much money do you think you've put into this project thus far?
Objection or relevance?
Mr. Orphanides, I'm going to sustain that. If we
No,
can
it's
move on, please.
absolutely relevant.
Now,
to
it was not a financial decision we're making here,
it is in terms of vested rights, it is.
but we aren't making an vested rights argument either. We've had that discussion.
No, well, I have cases that I've included, and they
Okay,
include,
now you can make your final argument if you want. You can include that. But I'm asking you to move on.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I ask for a brief executive session?
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll do that. It's 3:29. We will return at 3:35. We'll off the record. Thank you.
Hey, Rich, I need a breakout room.
Are you on the iPad or are you on your regular?
I'm on the iPad.
Okay, hold on.
That's right. I didn't sign back in. I got knocked off. I didn't sign back in.
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
Thank you.
Yep.
Make sure you respond to that. Okay, I think we're back on the record. Mr. Orphanides, Ms. Scowls, hopefully you're all present and accounted for. When we left, I don't see Mr. Orphanides. Oh, there he is. Okay, I see him. But this issue of the objection to the argument of whether or not this vested rights matter. We're sitting here to determine whether the city did an appropriate job, did its job in terms of the violation that was written. We understand, Mr. Orphanides, that there is certainly a wider, more complex issue such as vested rights. And so to the degree that there's some reference to that, that's understood. But we will be making our decision based on whether or not the city follows its rules, whether or not the rules were fairly applied, and whether or not a decision was made appropriately. So you have the opportunity in your closing to reference that, but I'm going to ask that you narrow your questioning when it comes to vested rights.
And the only thing I would say, I understand your decision, is that there are two issues here that I appealed. One was the violation notice and one was the revocation. So we've been going through and we're kind of talking about both at the same time because they are related. However, I think the city has largely been focusing on whether or not the violations were properly cited. And we may have a disagreement on that of, what the plans say, they don't say, but the revocation, whether or not a revocation is appropriate or not, absolutely, the vested rights 100% goes into play on whether or not a permit should be revoked or not.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on.
Okay. All right. So you're directing my client, I don't know if he answered the question or not, about how much he's expended.
Yes, I've asked you to move on from that.
Okay, understood. Okay, let me just pull up and share my screen again. And obviously, I take no offense, but I take exception to that.
Understood.
All right, there we go. All right. So, Nir, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, I've included what we appealed and the violation notice. There were two citations in the violation notice dated July 16th, 2024. One cites code section A304.1-1. The other one cites A302.10/2. These violation notices, they're documents from the city. They speak to themselves, but both violations state that the contractor performed work outside the scope of the issued permit, stop work order posted, will need new permits. Was there any other information provided with the violation notice as to any specifics as to what work was performed outside the scope of the issued permit?
No.
Okay. And then after this date, the date of this violation notice issued the 16th, which you presumably received a couple days later or a day or more later. The letter of intention to revoke was issued. Oops, beg your pardon. Just trying to get to that one. There we go. And then that is also dated the 16th. That provides a little more detail, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that states a building permit was issued with the condition that the existing one-story structure would remain. Do you view that as being the case, that the permit stated that the existing one-story structure, that there was issued on the condition that it was to remain?
Repeat it.
So did you understand that the permit was issued with the condition that the existing one-story structure would remain, or was it that the one-story walls would be removed?
Removed.
Okay. And the existing single-story structure was completely removed. That's not correct, is it? The floor was actually still there. Is that not correct?
Correct.
And that there was not a complete demolition performed. Is that correct? It was only a partial demolition. Is that not correct?
Correct.
That's correct. I'm sorry, the way I phrased that. And less than 2/3 of the floor joists were removed, correct?
Less, for sure. Yes.
Okay. So, and then did you have, I think Barb alluded to this, you had a meeting or a call with Verghese, is that correct?
Who's Verghese?
He's the
Mr.
examiner. He's the one who stamped the plans and issued the permit.
Okay.
And his name is right here on the stop work order that Curtis issued.
I was not on this phone call
Okay,
or on the meeting. There was not me, but there
it
was
was
Bar,
Bar. Okay,
and yeah.
okay, and Bar already spoke to what happened during that meeting. All right, for right now, let me just look at my notes real quickly. So to summarize, you believe you followed the plans as they were approved by the city of Philadelphia, correct?
I do.
Okay. And you did not, despite what might have been put in the amended applications, you don't believe you deviated from the plans, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why that word deviation or the language that the supervisor provided was put in the application? The amendment application?
Well, we heard what they said, you know?
Yeah, okay. But that's the only reason you applied for new permits or an amended permit, correct? Was because based upon what Ellen and I directed you all to do?
Correct. They did.
Okay. And at the present time, you're stuck here. You've been stuck with inability to work on the project since June, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You've done no work since that date, since the posting, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Been instructed not to. Yeah.
Do you believe you built at the site, at the property outside the scope of the permit?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. I do reserve the right to redirect based upon what the city asks.
Okay. Ms. Skiles, do you have any cross?
Just briefly. All right, with the board's permission, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Barzilay, you are a licensed contractor with the city of Philadelphia.
Correct.
And you state that this is your first project?
Correct.
Hey,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I don't see her sharing her screen.
I haven't started sharing yet.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to share right now. Okay. Mr. Barzilay, let me know when you can see what I'm sharing.
I can see what you're sharing.
Okay. So right now, you stated that you were not aware that the first story was supposed to remain as a condition of the permit.
Correct.
Okay. And so the Philadelphia Code, this is a Philadelphia Code section that defines conditions of the permit. And one of those conditions is all work shall conform to the approved application and the approved construction documents. Now, that's one of the conditions of the permit. And you were present when you've been present this whole afternoon, correct?
Correct.
And you heard your architect testify? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Oh, yes.
You did, okay. And so you were present and you heard your architect testify that according to these plans, according to the plans, none of these exterior walls were supposed to be removed.
Objection.
What's the objection?
The objection is the demolition portion of the plans state that, and we've actually stated as much.
Okay.
And that's all I'm asking.
But to state the plans in general.
Understood.
Not
Your objection is sustained. Ms. House, please rephrase.
I will rephrase. Okay, Mr. Barzilay, I am specifically talking about the architectural plans that I have marked, I believe, city exhibit. City exhibit 6 for identification, and I'm going to page D001. And so I'm talking specifically just about the demolition portion of the architectural plans. Okay. And specifically, did you hear your architect testify that according to these plans, according to this demolition plan, none of these exterior walls were to be removed. That's what the demolition plan stated.
I heard him say it, yes.
Okay. And yet you did remove those walls.
Yes, that's why we're here.
Okay. Okay, and so you stated that you believed you followed these plans. It's your belief you followed these plans?
Correct. And as I mentioned before, I did follow the structural plans.
But you
And
did not follow the demolition plans. Is that correct?
in my best understood, I just did not understand them apparently.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Before you move on, Mr. Barzilay, how long have you been a contractor?
I would say a year.
How many houses have you built in Philadelphia?
Oh, that was my first house.
Are you trained in any of the construction trades, carpentry, electrical, plumbing, any of that?
Carpentry, and I have in a different country, I have an experience.
Do you have a degree in America in design, engineering, or architecture?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have any? I should ask Mr. Orphanides, do you have any redirect?
Just one question, Mr. Neer. There are other parts of the plans that, out of necessity, required, in order for the other parts of the plans to be performed, required the walls of the first floor to be removed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you submitted the application, did Vera Geese ever get back to you about questioning between the demo plan and the other part of the plan?
No.
Did they ever issue an RFI on that issue?
I'm not aware of.
No. Okay. And you did build an addition above the first floor, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And the first floor remained and was not removed. That's the joists of the first floor, correct?
The joist of the first floor did not get removed, correct?
Right. So you build an addition above the first floor, correct?
Correct.
The floor of the first floor.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty.
Chairman, based
Mr. Chair,
on
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Wait a minute. Ms. Skiles, what is, you have an objection?
no objection, based on Mr. Barzilay's testimony, I would ask to recall Supervisor Bon Cristiano on rebuttal just for one question.
Okay, before you do that, Mr. Tennant, is there something
Yeah, I
that
have a question for Mr. Barcelona. Wasn't your testimony early, not too long ago, that you said when Ms. Skiles asked you about the demolition plans, you said you did not understand them, correct?
Apparently, I did not understand them.
Okay, you did not reach out to a more experienced contractor to ask or even inquire to the plans examiner regarding it?
I did multiple times. Many people. I called so many people along the project.
Mr. Tennant, I think he's misunderstanding your question. You asked him if he spoke to more experienced contractors. He's
More experienced
responding.
contractors, yes.
I'm talking about contractors, developers and contractors that I reach out to.
Okay, so you did not understand the plans, yet you went ahead and started the construction, correct?
I believe that I did understand the plans and that I build.
I'm confused. My question was, your testimony earlier was that you did not understand the demolition plans, correct?
No, I think his testimony.
No, Mr. Orphanides didn't respond. He didn't respond. He has not responded.
Oh,
when I designed the home, but knew what I'm trying to build. I knew how I communicate myself to the architect and to the engineer. I didn't need to look and in my head, I did not need to look and see, okay, this is going down, this is coming up, because I worked on a structural plan so closely that I knew what needs to be built. So it was
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Skiles,
I have a question.
I like before you do that, Mr. Pink, because I let Ms. Skiles, she has want to recall a witness.
Sure.
Do that so we can kind of move things along.
All right.
So I would like to recall Supervisor Boncristiano.
Yes.
Okay, so Supervisor, you were listening as Mr. Barzilay was testifying.
Yes.
Okay, and so there was some testimony about canceled inspections.
Correct.
Could you explain from the department's perspective why those inspections were canceled?
So the board understands. So we'll start from the initial inspection. As everyone knows, you got to call for an inspection, and the contractor himself can read these notes from starting from the initial. Jack was there. Right?
Could I share my screen with the list of inspections?
Sure. Yes. Yes.
Oops. Share screen.
Okay. So what happened is he called for his initial. Jack went there. Work had already started. Jack put work started and allowed him to continue. It was initial. You started a little ahead of time. Go ahead and continue. Jack's next inspection was the foundation footer inspection. When Jack got there, the foundation footer, the walls, and the slabs were already poured without any inspections. So Jack told him he had to get it. When he called to me, why we weren't coming out, my thing was,
he can't say what Jack said.
I'm not saying what Jack said. I'm saying what I told your client.
So when you say when he called you, you're referring to Mr. Barzilay.
Yes. When Mr. Barzilay called me about them cancellations, I told him he would need, and he can read this on his notes. He can print out an inspection report. It tells him he needs an engineer's letter with photos for the foundation wall, footer, and underslab, and canceled, already poured with no inspection. So he did all that with no inspections. So we had to wait before we went to continue anything. He needed to get us an engineer's letter. He finally got that engineer's letter when Jack resolved the hold on May 29th of 2024. That's when we got everything. So now after that, he got every inspection he asked for. There was no cancels. So we can't do inspections on stuff that he schedules that we are unable to see or do. He was told you poured it without any inspections. He's got a call. So that's what he skipped the underslab. He skipped the foundation wall. He skipped all that and just went ahead and poured without inspection.
Okay. And
that's why things were canceled.
Okay. And so that initial underslab or that initial foundation footing inspection, did that occur in March?
Yes, that happened. Oh, give me 1 second. The official foundation footer was, hold on. The initial, let me go down, was March 12th of 2024.
Okay, so from March 12th, on March 12th of 2024, you informed him he needed to provide you with an engineer's report for the foundation that had already been poured.
I don't know if Jack did, but when he called me about why we weren't coming out for inspections on May 21st, that's when I told him everything. On May 21st, you need this. We can't inspect something that has already been done that we have no idea about. That's why they were canceled. They weren't canceled because we didn't want to come there. They were canceled because he went ahead and did all the work without any inspections.
Okay.
Yes.
I believe that is.
And they're in his notes. He can read them. They're in our inspection notes and he can read it.
Okay. So that explains why there were those canceled inspections between March of 2024 and May of 2024.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions for Supervisor Boncristiano.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Orphanides?
I'd like to cross him real quickly.
Yeah.
So, we're here about the exterior walls. There's nothing about the foundation that was beyond the permit, correct?
No, well,
this whole line of questioning that we just went through has nothing to do with what the.
I know, but you brought up the timeline of us canceling inspections. So I'm letting you know why so now you're saying you're canceled. We canceled because we don't want to do an inspection. We canceled because your client did work without inspections.
Okay, I think you were taking what I was saying like in the wrong way, but that's
maybe
fine.
you
Mr. Marciano.
So on 5/29/24, The hold was lifted by Mr. Balkis, Inspector Balkis. Did he go out to the site at that time to lift the
No,
hold?
because I believe, hold on, they uploaded the letter and the photos. That's all we needed.
Okay, and do you have those photos that,
Yes, we do. And that's why we resolved it and allowed them to move forward.
and those photos show just where the two areas of the foundation that were dug, or
Correct.
do they
That's
show
it,
the
just
rest of the
just that
building?
area. Nope, nothing else.
Nothing else, okay. But then, so again, essentially but there's no disputing that do you dispute my client's statement that, and what we showed from Eclipse, that Inspector Balkis was out in March 12th?
Jack was there. Jack was there March 12th, and Jack has a picture of that foundation already. I'm just saying, poured.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't see anything above that.
Okay, and that's okay.
Yeah.
And you heard my client's statement about the condition of the property on March 12th.
I sure did. Yes.
And you don't have any information to believe
No.
that my client's state was incorrect?
No, I don't have nothing.
Okay. That part, like some of the exterior walls at the first floor were already removed. You have no information to the contrary, correct?
No.
Okay. And then nobody came out after that to the property, even after the clear on May 29th, until you received the complaint and you went out to the property on
Correct.
June 7th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's when you finally saw all the work that had taken place
Correct.
since March. And there were so when Jack issued the issue, or I wouldn't say issued a violation, but when there was the issue with the foundation, there were no other violations that were issued. There were no violations that were issued. Until
we were working with them. Yeah, we're working with them.
I got you. Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just say one thing, and it's a follow-up to Mr. Tennant's line of questions? I do have to ask my client a quick question.
Yes.
About the demo portion. I'm sorry. Nir, you stated you didn't understand the portion of the drawings having to do with demo. Do you mean that you didn't understand, or that you understood the plans to be that they were going to have to be removed in order to do the other stuff that was shown on the plans?
Exactly. Then I believe when I was reading the plans that I did everything according to the plans.
And that those plans called for the removal of the first floor walls in order to build new walls with a higher floor to ceiling height, correct?
Correct.
That the demo portion was incorrect, but it didn't matter because the rest of the plans showed everything else what needed to be done. Not that it didn't matter, but it was clear that that was a mistake.
Correct.
Okay, so it wasn't a misunderstanding. It was more that it was not a misunderstanding, it was a mistake, which I think Barr kind of alluded to as well, an oversight. But there's enough in that drawings that allowed you to move forward and build the project according to the rest of the plans.
Exactly. That's like I said, the structural drawings.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, do you have any additional witnesses, Mr. Orphanides?
I don't. I just I have
Okay.
my exhibits that I submitted and that I would like to introduce into evidence. I did submit an updated package just before the hearing that included some additional exterior photos, some vested right cases, and the portions of the code that were referenced by counsel for the city and are also in her exhibits. I believe both of them are, which I will address in my closing and utilize.
Okay. All right. Now we have two cases on two different numbers, and so we will rule on each one separately. Mr. Pincus, you have a question, but just before you do
I just
that,
have one question of Mr. Barzilay.
Yeah.
I'm reading this residential building permit that has been submitted, I think, by both parties as an exhibit. I just want to make sure that you read it and that you received it and that you read it. And I want to read from the permit the provisions. There are two sections. One says the type of work, addition and/or alteration. You agree that that's what the permit says?
Yes.
The next sentence says, in the section approved scope of work, this project is for adding a story and attic space on top of an existing one-story structure. In addition, interior alteration is proposed for the existing basement and first floor, period. Details as shown on plan. I just want to confirm that you received this permit and that you read it once you received it.
Yes. I did.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
Now, what I want to just clarify here, we have two separate appeal numbers, and as correctly noted by Mr. Orphanides, there's two distinct issues. However, they've been consolidated for purposes of presentation. I just want to make sure that we all agree on that, correct?
Yes,
Mr. Orphanides, Ms. Skiles?
I agree.
Okay, all right, so what I would then do is invite both of you to share your brief closing arguments, and then we will vote. We will vote on each one separately, though, although the presentations have been consolidated. Okay?
Mhm.
Thank you. Given the amount of time, I really would encourage the attorneys to be brief in their closing. Mr. Orphanides and then Ms. Skiles.
Oh, so I go first. Okay.
Yes, you're going to go first. Thank you.
So I just want to real quickly share my screen. So to be brief. So we have two issues. We have two issues in front of that are before the board. One is the notice of violation that my client exceeded the permit, essentially with no details as to how, and then how or why. And then the letter of revocation, which I have up on my screen, which provides a number of reasons. It's not a letter of intention to revoke, it's that it was going to be revoked. Often there's a letter of intention to revoke, and then you have a discussion, but they went ahead and revoked it. So in terms of the violation, you've heard statement, first of all, the violation itself. I already mentioned that it was extremely vague and non-specific. A5021 of the Philadelphia Code states that the notice of violation should describe the condition of the violation and include a description of the violation. Well, they cited a specific section of the code, and they didn't provide in the violation notice any description of the condition or description of the violation. On its face, and this was included in my appeal, the violation notice itself is defective, and it should be rejected, and my client should be, our appeal should be sustained. That aside, you've heard testimony from both the architect or the person who prepared the drawings and my client near Barzilay, that the drawings do show what he did, that he was not outside the scope of the permit. Mr. Pincus just read the permit, and I get where there's, and Mr. Pincus would know, dealing with zoning and permitting as much as he has, getting the language exactly how you want it out of the examiners can often be difficult so that there aren't issues down the road. However, in this case, it did say to refer to the plans. And you could say it's above the first floor. Is it above, like, from the second floor up? Or is it above the first floor itself? We've discussed that, and we've had testimony where we feel it was above the first floor, and with those additional stories above the first floor. With that being said, counsel for the city spent a lot of time on the demos portion of the plans, and we conceded that that wasn't as clear as it should have been to show that the exterior walls were to be removed. However, the rest of the plans, which are referenced in the permit, so in the event that there's any confusion regarding the language, because the language can often be very basic or not precise, in the permits, they say, take a look at the plans. And I think on the one side, the city's going to say, well, it said there wasn't going to be any demo. But on the other side, you have conditions that are shown on the plans that had to require a demolition. You can't get a greater floor to ceiling height without removing those, or at least sistering them, and no sistering was shown. And in fact, the other portions of the plans, the framing plans, don't show sistering and show new joists to be studs to be placed along the exterior of the walls underneath the first floor, which is underneath the second floor, which is the first floor walls. So you have the situation where the plans do show what my client actually did. So between the defective violation notice on its face and the fact that my client did build according to the plans, or at least a portion of the plans, what most people would reasonably say was what was going to be done there, what was going to be the end result there, that we feel the violation notice is incorrect and that the appeal should be sustained. On the revocation of the permit, again, I've included a couple cases, the Nowak case and the Arduino case, both of which reference the Krasovsky case, which talks about the Petrosky case. Not I'm thinking of an expediter, but that you're laughing, Ralph, thinking about Larry. But it'd be funny that we were talking about him today. But the point is that those cases involve, a revocation of a zoning permit, of a building permit, and in those cases, the question of vested rights is relevant. And in this case, you have the situation where my client was acting with due diligence to pursue the permit. I mean, he meets all the criteria, the 5 criteria set forth in the Petrosky case. And there may have been some confusion as to, or inconsistencies in the plans, but it's clear that what he did was shown in the plans, and that what he built, and he spent a substantial amount of money in furtherance of the plans. LNI had every opportunity to stop him if they felt at the time that the inspector who was doing all the inspections, who knew the property and knew the project well enough to stop my client or get him to get the engineer's report regarding the foundation, was there with that much attention, but yet didn't think that removing the first floor walls was beyond the scope. And that subsequent to that, my client, without having anybody thinking that he was doing what the permit said, relied on the approval, relied on the permit, relied on the approved plans, and relied on the fact that nobody at LNI who had been out there said that what he was doing was wrong, and went and built a whole house, framed it on the outside, on the inside, ran MEPs, spent a lot of money, a lot of his time and energy, and then finds out, oh, wait, no, what you did was wrong, and we're going to revoke your permit. We're not going to give you a letter of intent to revoke. We're actually just going to revoke it. And then we're going to have a meeting where we tell you to refile. And by the way, when you refile, we're not going to give you your permits. So to me, this is a clear-cut vested rights case. And this is a clear case where the permit should not have been revoked, that if there was the proper situation, this was the proper situation to do so, the facts here don't support it. And for those reasons, we believe that we should be affirmed on both counts. In this case, it's very, very clear to us, and we hope the board feels it as well.
Mr. Orphanese, before you leave, I just have a point of clarity here. So what would be the request of the board regarding if we were to rule not to revoke? What would be the authority of the board to act? Do we get to require that they only amend? What do we get to do?
Oh, so that's an interesting thing. Like, we believe that, like, if they're saying that the walls had to be removed, that could have been done with an amendment without requiring a whole new permit. I mean, I know the supervisor said that amendments, are for smaller things. I'm telling you, I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. I see amendments that cover a lot more, and we'd be happy. In fact, we were willing to do that until we found out from LNI that we couldn't amend it, that we had to file a whole new permit. And that gets into other things that are related to the removal of the altering the exterior walls. But that, as far as I know, again, I'm just guessing, because the only thing I've been told, or my clients have been told, the issues are the exterior walls, not the removal of more than 2/3 of the joists, which unfortunately became the issue when my clients went to reapply.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gauss?
And I would also like to share my screen during my closing.
Yes, please.
Let me stop my share.
The department believes this case is very simple. And the question is narrow. Was a building permit exceeded? And here, I think the answer is clear, and the answer is unequivocal, and that's yes. If we look at the approved scope of work, specifically this second sentence, in addition, interior alteration is proposed for the existing basement and first floor. Interior alterations. To me, interior means interior, not the removal of all of the exterior walls. So I believe this permit was exceeded on its face. And so here, the issue here today is determining whether or not the L&I action was appropriate. And all of the evidence that was presented today shows that it was. There is no debate, and everyone agrees that the demolition portion of the plans, I'll get to those, both Supervisor Boncristiano and the architect for the appellant both state that according to the plans submitted and approved to L&I, these exterior walls on the first floor were not to be removed. The appellant wants to chalk it up to a mistake, but L&I relies on these plans. These are the plans that they take to inspections to make sure the work is being done according to these plans. And everyone agrees that these plans indicate that none of the exterior walls should be removed. By removing those exterior walls, the plan was exceeded. The permit was exceeded. Mr. Barzilay testified that he must not have understood the plans. He also testified that because he worked closely with the architect, he didn't look at the plans very closely when he was constructing this building. So they also want to now testify that these structural drawings show you the walls below. However, there's also a mistake on these structural drawings showing this entryway door on the first floor at ground level. They also want you to believe today that this was a mistake. But if an L&I inspector looking at this plan, seeing this entryway door, looking at this framing plan for the first floor, will believe that this is the framing plan for the first floor, and it doesn't show any framing to be done on the first floor. They're asking us to believe that these permits were inconsistent, where I think there's a much easier answer. I think these permits are consistent. I think the demolition permit from the architectural drawings and the structural drawings show the same thing. And the thing that they show is the first floor exterior walls were not supposed to be removed. There's also a matter of timing. L&I acted and issued these violations as soon as they knew about them. There was testimony that Inspector Baucus was out in March. However, Mr. Barzilay testified to the best of his ability. He believed the property looked somewhere between city exhibits 2 and 3. If it looked closer to, and no one can give us an exact answer of how it looked, if it looked closer to City Exhibit 2, there's no reason L&I would have been on notice that those exterior walls were removed. Finally, I'm just going to argue a part of the code about revocation. The city code official is authorized to revoke a permit or approval when any of the, in case of any of the following. And that's when one of those conditions is if a condition of the permit has been violated. A condition of the permit is compliance with the permit. All work shall conform to the approved application and the approved construction documents. The department was wholly within their rights to revoke the permit because on its face, the work that was done was not reflected in the permit. and there's no contest about that. The NOV should also stand and it is issued correctly because it does state the exact condition in violation that the contractor performed the work outside the scope of the permit. That is enough to put the owner and the contractor on notice of why this notice was being issued, and the revocation further explained it. I do think this case is very clear and very simple, and I think all uncontested evidence points to one direction, and that's a city affirm. So we would be asking for a city affirm today. The permit was clearly exceeded. I think everyone has admitted to that. So we would be asking for a city affirm on both the revocation and the notice of violation.
Okay, thank you. The board will take a few moments in executive session and we'll come back and vote. Thank you. Let's join us in the breakout room, please.
Caitlin? Caitlin Carmen, are you out
Hi.
there?
Yes.
Is case number 19, do they have an attorney?
I am unsure. I was going to raise that once the board was back from an executive session. We were going to move on to the next matter.
So I will be leaving at 4:30. Mark Slade, he is the inspector who actually wrote the violations, so he will be testifying
Okay.
if needed.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay? Hey, you're welcome.
Okay, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We've had an opportunity to consider all the testimony, and both councils have been certainly aggressive in representing the interests of their clients. So we're at the point now where, having heard all of that, we're prepared now to call the vote on, as I mentioned earlier, we will vote on each case separately. And so the first matter is number 44, HA-2024-003428, 111 Peasant Hill Drive, near and yes, Katrina Barzilay. My apologies for butchering the name. I will start the vote. City affirmed. Mr. Pettit,
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Mr. Pincus,
Yes, before I vote, I want to compliment both councils for the thoroughness and diligence. I was very impressed with the quality of the cases that both of you presented today. But I'm also going to vote to affirm the city.
okay. Thank you. Did we? I
City
think we.
affirmed.
Yeah, city affirmed. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to number 45. HA-2024-003427, 110 Peasant Hill Drive, near and Yekatrina Barzilay. City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. The witnesses are excused. I think that concludes these two matters. Have a good afternoon.
Mr.
And of
Chair.
course, Mr. Orphanides, you have every right, as you know, to appeal our decision.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before we take a quick break, there's a couple matters we don't necessarily need Mr. Washington for, but people have been waiting around. There's a couple requests.
Sure.
Maybe we could do them before you take the break. So
Yes. Okay, that's fine. I have some raised hands, so I'll follow those raised hands. Mr. Wade.
That was it. I got it.
Okay. Ms. Carmody.
Hi, good afternoon, board. I just wanted to quickly see if we could address matter number 19. I believe this matter may have to be continued anyway, as the appellant would need an attorney. I believe they're still on the call. I wanted to see if we could address that.
Okay. Mr. Wade, you call that in, please.
It's case number 19, hearing appeal ending 2025, 1521 West Oxford. Krishan Malik, doing business as 1949 North 18th LLC.
Okay. Is anyone present representing that property?
Yes, I'm Krishan Malik. This is a single owner LLC. I was wondering if myself can represent that without attorney because it's a single person.
We've had an established procedure that you need to have legal counsel, if any corporate entity, unless I'm overruled by my counsel, Mr. McSherry.
That is our rule, and it should have been indicated on the appeal form as well as on the notice of violation.
Okay, thank you. So we'll need to continue this, sir, to allow you to secure legal counsel.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the thing
that's the rule for now, sir. We got to move on to other cases.
Okay,
so we're going to continue. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Carmody, is there anything else?
That was all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Nesich?
Hi, good afternoon again, board members.
Yes.
I was able to go into a breakout room with the petitioner of the matter listed number 16102 Schisler. Because my witnesses have a hard out at 4:30 today. So Mr. Wade kindly let us have a moment in the breakout room. Because my witnesses had to leave for the day, I wanted to speak to the petitioner and ask if they would be against a continuance request. We both agreed that it would be beneficial to have this matter relisted. And he wanted to get on with his day too, so he agreed to have me request this on both of our behalfs to the board.
Okay, is Mr. Sampson present, or did he have to leave?
He left too.
Oh, okay. Now, is this the first request?
Yes, sir.
Second, this is the second request.
Is this the second listing?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry, my records didn't show that.
This is the second listing, and also he asked for a late appeal, which we granted. And so the next
Okay.
listing, this is a must be heard, must be tried.
Understood.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty,
That-
Mr. Cohen.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Unfortunately, my witness for the retaining wall cases numbers 23 through 37 and 42 and 43 had to leave 45 minutes ago. While I do have a few cases that I could argue procedurally for untimeliness and mootness, I think it's just best to ask the board to continue all of the cases to a later hearing date.
Okay, when you say all of the cases, would you identify them by case number, please? Not appeal number, but a case number.
Yes, I'll go down the list. Number 23, HA 2022-000357. Number 24, HA 2022-000502. Number 25, HA 2022-000540. Number 26, HA 2022-002097. Number 27, HA 2024-003333. Number 28, HA 2022-000567. Number 29, HA 2022-000761. Number 30, HA 2022-000556. Number 31, HA 2022-000557. Number 32, HA 2022-000692. Number 33, HA 2022-000663. Number 34, HA 2022-000646. Number 35, HA 2022-001152. Number 36, HA 2022-000793. Number 37, HA 2022-000910. Number 42, HA 2021-003640. And number 43, HA 2024-003335.
Okay, all right. All those matters as noted will be continued.
Thank you, members of the board.
Okay, thank you very much. Is anyone else? Okay, the board will go into recess for about 10 minutes and then we'll return to complete the list. Thank you. We'll go off the record.
Jeff,
Yes, Administrator.
let's go in a breakout room for a second, okay?
Okay.
We'll talk about Amy in there.
Excuse me, regarding the last one, I have a question.
We'll be right out. I'll be right out to talk to you.
do believe that we have a panel present. So let us proceed. Mr. Wade.
Yeah.
Mr. Wade, one quick thing. There was a appellant, I believe, a young lady was trying to raise her hand after we exited.
I spoke to her.
You did? Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm back, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you.
Case number 13, hearing appeal ending 1786, 1125 Wallace Street, King, Gao. Case number 14, hearing appeal ending 1783, 1117 Wallace Street, King, Gao. And case number 15, hearing appeal ending 1787, 620 North 10th Street, King, Gao.
Okay. Who's representing the city in this matter?
Good afternoon, Kristen Patchell for the city.
Good afternoon, Ms. Patchell. Is the appellant present? Mr. Yao. G-A-O, Mr. Yao. Yao. Anyone present? Ms. Patchell, have you had a conversation at all with the appellant?
No, I haven't spoken to him.
Mr. Wade, do we have anyone in the room with that name?
No, we do not.
Okay. Would you confirm service first for these?
On the appeal filled out for the appeal ending 1786, 1125 Wallace Street, Mr. Gao listed 1125 Wallace Street as his address. Notice of this appeal was sent to 1125 Wallace Street.
Okay, well, let's do each one separately. Okay, what time do you have, Mr. Pincus?
4:44 p.m.
4:44 p.m. Ms. Patchell, what is your pleasure?
I'm asking for a city of Herms due to non-appearance.
Okay. Regarding HA 2024-001786, 1125 Wallace Street, King Gao, that's K-E-N-G-G-A-O, city affirm, non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next one.
Number 14, hearing appeal ending 1783, Mr. Gao listed 1117 as his appellant's address. Notice of this hearing was sent to 1117 Wallace Street on 8/22/2024.
Okay. What's your pleasure, Ms. Patchell?
City of Herms due to non-appearance.
Okay. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
4:45 p.m.
4:45. Okay. With regard to HA 2024-001783, 1117 Wallace Street, King Yao, city affirm, non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm for non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
Thank you very much.
And hearing appeal ending 1787, Mr. Gao listed 620 North 10th Street as its appellant's address. Notice of this hearing was sent to that address on 8/22/2024.
Okay. Ms. Patchell, what is your pleasure?
City affirm non-appearance.
Okay. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
4:46 p.m.
4:46 p.m. Okay. We will poll the vote on HA 2024-001787, 6208, I'm sorry, 620 North 10th Street, King Yao, city affirm, non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm for non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
Thank you. I think that disposes of those matters. Mr. Wade, 18, what is your record reflect regarding case number 18?
There was a continuance that was taken off the record, and the case is open. I'm calling it now.
Okay, thank you.
Well, wait a moment, Mr. Chair. Have we resolved case number 17? Weren't we going to call that?
That was for
There was an appeal from the Historical Commission, but I believe the chairman said, let's call it before we take any.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Who needs an attorney?
It was an LLC.
But he wasn't present. There's
corporation.
nobody present. So I think Mr. Roder is the counsel for the city on that matter. So call that one in, Mr. Wade.
Case number 17, hearing appeal ending 2082, 1423 Spruce Street, David Lowe.
Okay, Mr. Roder.
Sure. Thank you, Leonard F. Reuter for the city of Philadelphia.
Thank you. Now, is anyone responding to the call regarding 1423 Spruce Street? David Lowe. Anyone responding?
I have seen no response and I've been here the whole time. I've checked. No one by that name has logged in since 12:30.
Okay, Mr. Rory, what is your pleasure?
The city would then ask this appeal be dismissed for failing to appear.
Mr.
Okay.
Lowe listed 2220 Cotman Avenue, second floor apartment. Notice of this hearing was sent there to 2220 Cotman Avenue, second floor on 8/22/2024.
Okay, all righty. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
4:48 p.m.
4:48 p.m. Okay, we'll poll the board on HA 2024-002082, 1423 Spruce Street, David Lowe. City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's call 18.
Case 18, hearing appeal on 4100 3012 South 61st Street, Mary Hopewell.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Kristen Patchell for the city.
Ms. Patchell, is Mary Hopewell present?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, for some reason, oh yeah, there you are. Okay, Ms. Hopewell, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, just quickly, this property on South 61st Street, is this your address?
No.
Okay. Well, it's a dumping case. Okay, I got it. Understand. Okay. All right, Ms. Patchell, do you have any witnesses?
I do. I'll call Detective Vanis.
Okay. Detective Vance, you raise your right hand so you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give would be the truth to help you God?
I swear.
All right, thank you. All righty. Let's proceed, Ms. Patchell.
Yes. Good afternoon, Detective Vanis.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well. Where are you currently employed?
The Major Crimes Unit for the Philadelphia Police Department.
Okay. And what is specifically is your assignment?
At the time of the incident, my main function was to investigate the crime of short dumping within the city of Philadelphia.
Okay. While that was your main function, on August 12th, 2023, or about then, did you become involved to a short dumping incident or assigned to a short dumping incident that occurred on the 3000 block of South 61st Street?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as part of your role as the assigned investigator to that matter, did you review surveillance footage?
Yes, I requested video from our real-time crime center and reviewed the video.
Okay. And why is it that you did that, Detective?
I initiated the investigation after reviewing a clip of the video, requested the video to preserve it. And during the video, I could see there was a short dumping incident from a U-Haul truck.
Okay, thank you, Detective. And would you recognize this video footage if you saw it?
Yes.
Permission to display my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, do you recognize what is on screen, Detective?
Hasn't popped up on my end yet, but.
Okay, let me know when it pops up. Do you
I
see
got
it
it
now? Okay,
Yes.
great. What is it that we're looking at here?
That is a screen. That's the camera that's located at 3012 South 61st Street. It's camera
Okay.
12-019.
And have you reviewed this in the past?
Yes.
And you recovered this footage?
I preserved it with the real-time crime center, yes.
Okay, great. Detective, I just want to draw your attention for the record to the top of the screen. Can you tell us what date is listed in the upper right-hand corner?
August 12th, 2023.
Okay, and can you tell us what the location is?
It's 3012 South 61st Street.
Okay, and then just drawing your attention to the time. What is the time that's listed?
2 p.m.
Okay, great. Now, for sake of brevity, Detective, I'm not going to have us watch this entire clip. The clip is about 19 minutes long, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm first going to draw your attention to 1 minute and 24 seconds into the video. Court's indulgence as I get to that section.
Okay.
Okay. For the record, I am at 1 minute and 24 seconds. Detective, at the end of the screen, or rather at the end of the street, what exactly are we looking at right here?
That is a U-Haul truck.
Okay, I'm going to continue to play. And Detective, I want to pause right at 1 minute, 33 seconds. Now, I understand this angle. It's a bit hard to read, but in the upper right-hand corner of the U-Haul truck, is there an identification tag?
Yes, there's an identification tag at the top right-hand corner in the front of the truck, and there's also the same number on the rear of the truck.
Okay. And is this how U-Haul tags its vehicles, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective, after reviewing this footage, did you also create still shots?
I did, yes.
Okay, great. And at this point, I'm going to proceed to 3 minutes and 28 seconds. We'll finish watching this video, and then I'll ask you questions about the still shots,
Okay.
Detective.
Okay.
Okay, bear with me as I get to the relevant part. Okay, I'm going to continue from 3 minutes and 14 seconds. I'll pause when I want to ask you a question, Detective.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to pause right at 3 minutes and 31 seconds. What is it that we're looking at this point, Detective?
That's the U-Haul truck parked along where I noticed that there was the short dumping incident.
Okay, so let's break that down. At some point, did you report to this location?
I don't recall if I went out there or not. They actually clean that area consistently. I don't know if you can see in the little right side of the screen, there's a lot of trash around there.
Okay, and is this what you're talking about right here?
Yeah, and there's a couch in front of the truck.
Okay, and there's a couch in front of the truck. And this is here prior to this U-Haul pulling up. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
there was a pile prior to the dump, and then the couch, in front of the truck.
Okay, and are you aware if this is a high dumping area?
Yes.
Okay, and just for the record, what we're looking at is 3012 South 68th Street, or 61st Street.
61st Street.
Okay, and this is in fact the U-Haul that we just saw pull up the street about 2 minutes prior. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and continuing to play. Okay, now Detective, because this is a real-time crime camera, the video pans to different locations at different points. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Safe to say, does this camera capture this U-Haul truck present for almost the entirety of the footage?
Yes, it does.
All right. So I am going to move forward to 18 minutes and 16 seconds. But before I do that, I just want to go back to 341. Detective, you had previously testified that there was already some trash on location, right?
Yes.
Okay, but the area of the street right behind the U-Haul truck is relatively clear at this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to continue to 3 minutes and 18 minutes and 16 seconds. You know what, we'll pause right here actually. 16 minutes and 50 seconds. Detective, at this point, what's different about the screen?
There are several trash bags, bins, and a lot of more refuse in the area behind the truck.
Okay, and do you see where my cursor is, Detective?
I do.
Okay, so we're talking about the area right in front of where my mouse currently is.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Patrick, can you focus that in a little bit? I'm having a problem seeing.
Chairman, you know what? I don't know if I can zoom into
Okay.
this actually. but I do have some still shots that
Okay. Okay.
might be helpful.
Yeah. Continue.
Okay. I'm going to continue to 18 minutes and 16 seconds. Okay, we're going to start right at 18:12. What is it that we're looking at here, Detective Annis?
There's a male approaching the driver's side of the U-Haul van.
Okay, and Detective, I want to draw your attention to the passenger side of the U-Haul. Does it look like that door's open as well?
Yes, that door's open.
Okay, we're going to continue to play. And Detective, at this point, the video camera pans away, correct?
Yes.
But what you can see in this video is that it's a male who enters into the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as we previously stated, you, after reviewing this surveillance footage, also created some surveillance images. Is that correct?
Yes, still shots of the area.
Okay. And would you recognize that if you saw it?
Yes.
Okay. And for the record, the video will be marked as C6. I'm going to proceed to what the city has previously marked as C4. And I'm going to scroll down to C4. Okay. Do you recognize what's on screen, Detective?
I'm still looking at the video screen right now.
Okay, let's see if I'm not sharing correctly. Give me a second. My computer's being rather slow. Okay. Do you see what's on screen now?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the still shot that you created from the surveillance footage?
Yes.
All right. Now, this is the first page of C4. I'm going to zoom in to the tag that we had previously discussed. Can you read that into the record what the tag is right where my mouse is?
Yes, that's J. John H. Harry 5599 F. Frank.
Okay. And that is a still shot of the U-Haul truck as it first pulls up onto the scene. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay. Continuing on to the second picture. What is it here that we're looking at?
That's actually the down the street from 3012 South 61st. You can see a U-Haul truck at the very top of the picture, appearing to make a U-turn to come back the other way.
Does it appear to make a U-turn to go onto the side of the street where the dump occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Continuing on to the next page. Is this the dump location prior to when the U-Haul pulled up?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as you testified previously, we see that there's a couch there and some other trash towards the right side of the photograph, but there's nothing primarily in the space where the U-Haul will later be parked. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Continuing to the next photograph, what is it that we're looking at here? And I'm going to zoom in just a bit.
That is the discarded. I'm sorry. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, that's the discarded items after the U-Haul truck had already left.
Okay. So, and I understand it's black and white, but we can see more or less a mountain of trash, would you say?
Yes.
And at some point, were these items cleaned up?
Yes.
And was there an accounting of what was specifically appeared to have been left?
I mean, from the video surveillance that I watched, it almost looked like a house clean out. There were trash bags, bins, and various refuse. I know the streets department did an invoice, but I don't know if they specifically noted each item that was cleaned up.
Okay. And with the streets invoice, does that inform the notice of violation that you later sent?
We do our own notice violation. The streets department also sends the invoice for the cleanup cost.
Okay. Detective, was recovering the surveillance footage the first step in your investigation?
Well, creating the police report was the first step. Then recovering the video.
So walk us through your investigation. You created a police report, then you recovered this video. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then after watching and reviewing the surveillance footage and noting the U-Haul tag, did you then go to U-Haul?
Yes, I went to U-Haul to retrieve the rental agreement.
Okay. And were you successful in doing that?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And would you recognize that U-Haul agreement if you saw it?
Yes, I would.
Okay. I'm going to move to what has been pre-marked as City Exhibit 2. And I'm going to zoom out. Okay. Detective, do you recognize what's on screen there?
Yes, that's the rental agreement from the U-Haul.
Okay. And I'm just going to zoom in a bit. Who is the customer information?
The customer is Oswald Hopewell.
Okay. And what is Mr. Hopewell's listed date of birth?
The listed date of birth is 5/26/1954.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, did you pull Mr. Hopewell's biographical information through the JNet system?
I did pull a BMV printout for Mr. Hopewell.
And did that BMV printout include Mr. Hopewell's birth date?
It did.
And was he born on 5/26/54?
He was not.
Okay. Continuing down on the U-Haul agreement, under the rental information, is there a created date?
Yes, there is.
And what is that created date?
8/12/2023, 7:04 a.m.
Okay. And fair to say this dump occurred 8/12/23 at approximately 2 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, detective, you've investigated cases with U-Haul trucks involved in dumping before, correct?
Correct.
Through your experience, when you go to rent a truck with U-Haul, does the customer need to present a driver's license?
Yes, it's U-Haul's policy to require a licensed driver for the truck.
Okay. And the licensed driver is the person who's the operator. Is that correct?
It's supposed to be.
All right. Continuing down. This is the final page of the rental agreement. Whose driver's license was provided?
That was the driver's license for Mary Hopewell.
Okay. And you testified previously that you pulled BMV information for Assad Hopewell. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And did Assad Hopewell have an active license at the time of August 12, 2023?
No, his license was suspended.
Okay. So if an individual has a suspended license, would they have been able to present their own license for the operator information at U-Haul?
Well, if they presented at U-Haul, wouldn't rent them the truck.
Okay. So in order for Mr. Hopewell to rent the truck, he needed to have an individual listed as the operator who had a current license. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Continuing on, Detective Vanis, did you issue a notice of violation in connection to this dump that occurred on 61st Street?
I did, yes.
Okay. And would you recognize that if you saw it?
Of course.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll to what has been pre-marked as C5. Do you recognize what's on screen?
Yes, that's a notice of violation that I sent from our office.
Okay. And who was it that this notice of violation was addressed to?
This one was addressed to Mary Hopewell.
Okay. And scrolling down, I want to direct your attention to the first paragraph. What section of this code was cited in sending this notice of violation to Ms. Hopewell?
10-710.
And is that subsection 3?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And under this section of the code, is it a crime to cause items to be dumped?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you also note in this notice of violation what the total number of items were that were dumped?
It was the total number of items that I could count that were dumped.
Okay, so safe to say there could have been more items dumped, but this was an estimate of what you yourself could count?
Yes.
Okay, and can you read into the record what you included as the number of items dumped for the notice of violations?
30 total items from a large cleanout containing various trash bags, plastic bins, and other various refuse.
Okay, and then immediately following that, is there a paragraph that explains why it is that Ms. Hopewell is being cited?
Yes, there is.
And what does that paragraph say?
Additionally, a U-Haul truck number JH5599F with you listed as a registered driver was used in conducting the illegal activity.
Okay, and what was the total fine for this dump, detective?
The total fine was $150,000.
Okay, and is that $5,000 per item?
$5,000 per item, yes.
Okay. And detective, did you cite anyone else in connection to this dump?
Yes, I did. Oswald Hopewell.
And Assad Hopewell?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your opinion that this notice of violation issued to Ms. Hopewell was proper under the Philadelphia Code?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I don't have anything further for the detective.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mary Hopewell, do you have any cross-examination of Detective Venice? You unmute yourself, please, Ms. Hopewell.
No,
You have any questions of her?
I have no questions, sir. I
Okay,
have no-
thank you. Okay, alrighty. Ms. Patchell, any additional witnesses?
No, I would just ask to move my evidence into the record.
So moved. Detective Venice, one question I'd have, do you have any images of the items being removed from the vehicle?
If you watch the video in its entirety, you can see someone in the back of the truck removing items. You can't see each one of them, and the camera scans the area, but you
Yes.
can see the items. You can see items being removed from the back of the truck.
Okay, Ms. Patchell, if that's a part of your evidence packages, can you mark that and just give us a quick look at that, if that's possible?
Yeah, sure. That's fine to determine what's in. Let me repull C6 and
Okay.
we can watch that section of the video.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go to 5 minutes into the video. And Detective Vanis, while I have you, at this point in the video, we're at 5 minutes, 5 seconds. Do you see an individual moving towards the back of the truck?
Yes, there's an individual in the back of the truck.
All right, let's continue to play. And Detective, I want to pause right there at 6 minutes and 29 seconds. It's hard to see because of the way the camera is positioned, but can you tell that there's some sort of movement in this clip of the video?
Yeah, you can see a shadow moving around, kind of like underneath the U-Haul truck.
Okay, and
And
does it look like
you actually see
things
it
are being
there?
tossed?
Things being tossed, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have any idea who the driver was at that time, Detective?
The male resembles the renter of the truck, but there's no good, there's not an up close picture of his face. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to actually identify the male.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
Would you like me to
Detective,
continue
excuse
playing,
me,
Chairman?
detective?
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I got two people. Mr. I think we had a board member who spoke up. Ms. Washington.
Yes, yes. Can you tell whether there's something being tossed out the truck? Because I don't see that.
I can go
don't see
back.
anything. Huh?
I can go back. We can play it again.
It's quick.
Okay, so I will try to pause it. Okay, right there. Detective, at that point, did you see something being tossed?
I did, yeah. Right towards the front of the green truck behind the U-Haul.
And we can play it again.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Ms. Pasher, do you have any additional witnesses?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right. Ms. Hopewell, you can share with us your understanding of what's going on here.
So I found myself on the mercy of the court. The situation was my grandbaby's mother was moving to Lancaster. That what happened should not have happened because I told them clean the house out where she lived at. I would get a rent truck, not a rental truck, but dump people to come pick up the trash. It would have cost me $800. They said no, we're going to have the rental truck anyway. So we'll just take the stuff and put it in a truck and take it to the city dumpster. So when they filled the car and went to put it in a dumpster, they went to two places. They said one, the truck was too big. They said the other place, the place was closed. Now what they did, I admit, was wrong. But my son who already lived in Lancaster for a couple of years, he came up because it was his children, but they lived in Philly, and he wanted his children, closer to him. So he actually got my grandchildren's mother a job in Lancaster, which she hadn't worked in like forever. But she got a job, and we was trying to move them because she had to go to work. She had to start her new job on Monday. Mind you, he just came from a 12-hour job because his job, he works 12 hours a night. Came from up here to try to help out, get her situated with the kids. The kids had to go to school on Wednesday. It was just too much. But they know they shouldn't have done that. When I found out that they never said that, because God is my witness. If they had done that, I would have taken my car and went and got that stuff if I had to keep running back and forth to get it. They know they shouldn't have done that. But I didn't notice until I got the letter in the mail. And thank God I was sitting down because I could feel my legs buckling. I admit it was wrong. I admit it, but I was willing to pay, but they said, no, we'll take it. Had the place been open, none of this would have happened. I think it was just too much stress for all of them, both for the guys. One wanted to hurry up because he had something to do. They had to get to back to Lancaster before it got too late. It was, and look, I just throw myself on the mercy of the court. I know it wasn't right, but
okay,
I can't afford no.
Ms. Hopewell, I appreciate the predicament you described. The issue of one, this body does not have the authority to adjudicate the fines. That's not within our authority to do. Our job is only to determine if the city properly issued the permit. Based on your testimony, you rented the truck, someone in your family was driving the truck and dumped the debris on the side of the road. So in addition to, before we vote, Ms. Paschal, do you have any closing you'd like to make?
So, Chairman Woodson, it's truly an unfortunate situation. However, unfortunately, this dump would not have occurred without Ms. Hopewell's involvement. Assad Hopewell, who's listed as the customer information, had a suspended license. He couldn't get this U-Haul truck himself, so he used his mother's license to rent
No,
the
he
truck.
didn't. I was there. I was there when he got the
Okay,
the
Miss
I'm
Hopewell.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You can't blurt out that way.
You're right. You're right.
So, Ms. Pasho, you're indicating that the actual driver was the son or the
So,
grandson. I'm not sure which.
Chairman Woodson, what I would argue is that, it sounds as though from Ms. Hopewell's testimony that it was the son driving. As Detective Vanna said, we couldn't identify the driver. However, Assad Hopewell couldn't list himself as the operator of this vehicle because his license was suspended. So he listed his mom, and his mom, it sounds like Mrs. Hopewell is saying she was present at U-Haul and she provided her ID. It's clearly not Ms. Hopewell driving the video at the end of the day. It sounds as though from her testimony she allowed her son to take the U-Haul truck when he was not the listed operator. Without her providing her license, unfortunately, this incident would not have occurred because Assad Hopewell couldn't have rented this U-Haul truck on his own. Okay. And I understand that the board has seen dumping cases like this in the past. Under the Philadelphia Code, if you knowingly allow dumping to be caused as an operator or an owner of a vehicle, then you under the code are unfortunately also liable. The city argues that position today, but for Ms. Hopewell's involvement, this would not have occurred.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions before we call the vote? Okay. Alrighty. Miss Hopewell, before we vote, do you have anything else you want to add?
Actually, the other person that was supposed to have really been driving, but I was really supposed to have been driving. But when they said they was taking the stuff to the dumpster, they knew I couldn't pick up all that stuff. Okay. So we just let the other guy was really supposed to have been driving. But I was really supposed to have been driving, but I didn't know they was going to take that to the dumpster like that. And then it's like, well, you ain't going to pay, Okay. I could have probably just drove it and let them dump, take it. But when they couldn't, the place wasn't open. You can see what time. I just throw myself on the mercy. Because it ain't nothing. You try. I have nothing to say.
Okay.
Just try to help your children and put you in more of a rut.
Okay, we'll poll the board on HA-2023-004100 3012 South 61st Street, Mary Hopewell, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Excuse me.
Bill sustained.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ms. Hopewell, the majority voted city affirmed, which means you lost your appeal. You may appeal our decision. If you need information as to how to do that, call the administrator's office and they will assist you with information that you will need. Thank you very much for your participation. Have a good evening.
You too.
Excuse me.
Final matter is case number 20, hearing appeal ending 1713, 1533 South Carlisle Street. Zin Long Lee.
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Skiles. Mr. Lee, Zin Long Lee. Anyone present?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Roger Perry. I represent the current owner for 1533 South Carlisle Street. We're trying to get the updated. This property changed hands in December of 23, and when the violations were placed on the property, my client was the owner by the name of Bao BAO Group LLC, and therefore he has an attorney who filed the appeal on behalf of the current property owner because the liens, as the board knows, will follow the real estate.
So Mr. Lee is the new property owner?
Bao Group is the property. Lee was the prior owner.
Okay, so now I just want to correct something. Ms. Skiles, so what do we do here? Do we need to rewrite this violation? With the wrong party, I think.
Brief indulgence, I think there may be some confusion. The appeal, I'm just checking the so the violation that was attached to the appeal is a license notice violation. This is the violation to the contractor. That's the appeal we're ready to proceed on today. It's got nothing to do, there were previous violations issued to the owner of the property. I believe those were appealed as well. However, that's not the issue before the board today. The issue before the board today is the license notice violation that was issued to the contractor. It has no impact on the owner.
Okay, now who's the contractor in this instance, according to your documents?
I have the Zhen Li, sorry, I'm pronouncing that wrong. Zhen Long Li is the contractor.
Okay, all right. Mr. Perry, is that person your client?
We're representing them through Bao Bao Group because that contractor was the contractor for Bao Bao Group, but also the violations that we're appealing are failure to have licenses by subcontractors. So we have a tier here where,
No.
correct me, but my understanding is eventually the violations are going to be collectible against the property, not just the individuals.
No, in this instance, if his contractor's license is at risk, it's the contractor. That's what this is about. So that's why I'm asking if you're representing that contractor.
Yes, for the purpose of today's hearing, I'll represent the contractor.
Is the contractor present and will he be called as a witness?
No, but we did have other scheduled witnesses, and I don't know that they're with us. If anybody is here on,
But only if they have relevant information regarding the license itself.
well, it's not, the issue was that he was proceeding without the proper permits.
No. The issue is his license is being revoked.
It's not being revoked today. We're just looking for fines. We're fining the contractor.
Okay. So it maybe it makes more sense for Mr. Perry and Ms. Giles to have a conversation that because it seems that there's some confusion as to who's at risk here.
I'm happy to go in a breakout room to see if
Yeah.
this could be resolved.
Mr. Ma, you can't speak. I'm only talking to the lawyers.
Okay, what room do you want to put us in?
Let's do this. It's 5:24 now. So that this is our last case. We will go off the record until 5:30 and come back. How's that?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
While we're off the record,
Thank you. We'll recall the last matter.
Thank you.
So Ms. Giles, what's the status of things?
We are ready to proceed with this matter.
Okay, Mr. Perry, you ready to proceed?
Yes, the issue is that Amy wants to limit the case to the violations because this is not consolidated with the owner's violations, but we're willing to proceed based on the information that we have in the record.
If I may, there were two notices of violation that were issued to the property owner. And there was also the separate license violation issued to the contractor. That's the only appeal that's listed before the board today. We don't believe they have any connection to each other. The aggrieved parties are separate. So we are prepared to proceed on the license violation notice that is listed on today's list.
Okay, and I would just ask one question, Mr. Perry. Your client, Mr. Lee, is he aware that in fact his license is at risk?
I assume so. We talked to them before, and the person who dealt with Mr. Lee is here, Shui Ma, who represents, who was the person contracting with Mr. Lee. So we understand that Mr. Lee is aware of that.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Ms. Giles, you have any witnesses?
Yes, I have Inspector Slade.
Inspector Slade, you present, raise your right hand so you may be sworn. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, let's get started.
Okay, Inspector Slade, where are you currently employed?
Audits and investigation unit with license and inspections.
Okay, and what are some of your roles and responsibilities with the Department of Audits and Investigations?
We investigate contractors' licenses, if they're suspended, work they're doing, OSHA card violations, and updated insurances mainly.
Okay. And throughout the course of your duties with the department, have you become familiar with the property located at 1533 South Carlisle Street?
Yes, I have. I was there.
You were there, okay. And very generally, what did you observe while you were at the Carlisle Street location?
Well, when I arrived there on scene the first time, this all happened in one day, the same day. There was no one there. The neighbor came out, was complaining to me about the dirt on the street from the digging in the basement. I gave her my card. I said, if anybody comes back to work, because there's a stop work order and a make safe on the door. If anybody comes back, call me. If I'm in the area, I'll swing right back. Within 30 minutes, she called me. I was less than 8 blocks away. I came back, and the two gentlemen I have in the pictures were there taking materials, pipe, and stuff out of the house.
Okay. And so based on your observations, you issued a license violation notice, correct?
Well, his license, the contractor's license was expired at the time of my inspection.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay, Inspector Slade, can you see what is displayed on my screen as City Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this document?
It's the notice of violation for the three for the unlicensed subcontractors. It looks like I see.
Okay, and so the cited license is a
42400. Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's a contractor's license.
Yeah, 42400 expired on 3/22/24.
Okay. Okay. So let's walk through these violations that you issued. And okay. So you issued 2 violations for an unlicensed subcontractor?
Yes.
Okay. 2 more violations for those individuals being on site with no OSHA cards?
Yes, they're required to have OSHA 10.
Okay. What is this? No contractor shall provide false information on any license or permit application.
Okay, this is our Title IX violation for they have a general minor permit, which is for minor renovations and no excavations can be done. And they exceeded their permit by excavating the basement. So that's a Title IX violation from us.
Okay. And then you issued also a license violation notice for the contractor's license being expired?
Yes.
Okay. And then what is this failure to comply with an audit or investigation?
We requested by email an audit reply list, audit request list for the contractor to reply with his subcontractors who are working on site, and he failed to reply within the required 7 days.
Okay, let me then walk through each of those violations that you wrote. So first, I'm showing you what's marked as City Exhibit 2. What is this document?
That's the general minor permit that was issued to the contractor for it says interior non-load bearing wall demo.
And this is an easy permit.
Yes.
So what is allowed to be done under this permit?
Under an easy permit, there's no excavation. It's just minor repairs, no structural. This permit's given out for someone who just wants to maybe replace a kitchen, do some light demo in the house, drywall, windows, stuff like that. No structural.
Okay. And this was the only permit issued at the time of your inspection?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And this document I have marked as City Exhibit 3. What is this document?
This is the PDF uploaded by the contractor saying that he's a self-employed, a sole worker, sole employee, and has no employees there, therefore needs no workers' compensation.
Okay. And so by uploading this form, is Mr. I guess, Mr. Long, is he allowed to have employees?
No, he's not allowed to have employees on the job. They would have to be their own licensed contractor, subcontractor.
Okay.
Yeah.
And City Exhibit 4, what is this document?
That is the permit. That is the audit request form that I give to a person in the office and he sends it out and asks for this information
Okay.
for to list the subcontractors.
Okay, because when you went out and inspected, and I believe that was April 9th, 2024 that you completed your inspection?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you went out and completed your inspection on April 9th, 2024, had that contractor or subcontractor's audit form been uploaded to Eclipse?
No, there was no subcontractors at all on there. That's why I requested this form.
Okay, and so he has, how many days did you say he has to respond to this?
They have 7 days to respond. We usually give them 10.
Okay, and it says here, you know, failure to provide all information requested above will result in a violation and a $1,000 fine.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Long, he never responded to that request.
No, not till this day now.
Okay. Okay, so now I want to direct your attention to a series of photographs that have been identified as City Exhibit 5. Did you take these photographs?
Yes, I did.
And these were taken the date of your inspection on August 9th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And so
Ms. Skiles, is that August? It says April on the
I'm sorry,
photograph.
I misspoke. April 9th,
April 9th.
2024.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
April 9th, 2024. Okay, so what are we looking at in this photograph?
Okay, that was actually the day I went there the first day. This is the first picture I took. No one was there before I got the call back. There's your stop work order, and there's the CSU. The top one's stop work order. The bottom one's a make safe because they started excavation in the basement. That CSU handed out and posted. And in the window there's his general minor permit.
Okay. And so prior to your inspection on April 9th, another department at LNI had previously inspected.
Two departments, CSU and complaints.
And they wrote their own separate violations.
Yes, complaints is the stop work order, the white one with the X. CSU is the make safe. It's an unsafe dwelling permit is the orange one on the bottom at CSU.
Okay. And it was referred to you to also look to see if there were contractor violations.
Yes, it was a referral email. Yes.
Okay. And so, as you mentioned, these were not posted by you. These were posted by two other separate units.
Yeah, I didn't post anything like that.
Okay. But just for clarification, this stop work order, can you see the date that it was posted?
Yeah, for April 3rd, 24.
Okay, April 3rd, 2024.
Yes.
And it says must obtain required permits for excavation of basement.
Yes.
Okay. And so you went out a few days later on April 9th, 2024.
Yes, after the email was sent to me.
Okay. And so did you observe people working on the site on April 9th, 2024?
Yes, two gentlemen.
Okay. And so what is depicted in this photograph
that was just the pipes, the heating pipes they were cutting out of the house when I got there.
Okay. And what's depicted in this photograph?
That's the one unlicensed subcontractor who was taking that material out when I got there.
Okay.
Just, note my objection as to his characterization.
I'm not sure I understand. Okay.
I'll ask
This is an unlicensed subcontractor. All I know is there's a guy in a blue shirt standing in the street.
Okay. Ms. Skiles, would you
I'll ask for
rephrase,
some
please?
clarification.
Yeah.
Inspector Slade, why did you call this gentleman in the photo an unlicensed subcontractor?
Because he told me he was actually working in the property, cutting those pipes out. And I asked him if he was hired. He said yes, but he wouldn't tell me who hired him.
Right.
So he's considered a subcontractor.
A subcontractor. And because Mr. Long cannot have employees of his own, this would have to be a subcontractor of Mr.
Yes.
Long. Okay.
Yes.
And so what's depicted in this photograph?
It's just more of the piping material. They actually weren't stopping as I was stopping, and they just kept bringing it out.
Bringing it out. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is just a photograph of the vehicle that was the pipes were being loaded into?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what's depicted in this photograph?
That's the picture of both gentlemen that was in the residence removing heating pipes, putting it in the truck. from the property.
And so because there were two gentlemen on site, that's why you wrote the two subcontractor violations.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when you saw these gentlemen, did you also ask for their OSHA cards and identification?
Yes.
And did they provide identification?
They refused to ask, even if I asked them in Spanish or speaking language, they refused.
Okay. And so they also didn't provide you with OSHA cards?
No, nothing.
And once again, we see some removal of, what's happening in this photograph?
It's the same. They were cutting all the pipes out of the house.
Okay.
And they were just keep bringing it out.
My objection, there's removal here, but I don't see any cutting here.
So noted, Ms. Scouts.
For argument's sake, Inspector Slade, would this removal of pipes be permissible while under a stop work order?
Absolutely not. And it's an unsafe property. No one should have been in the property to begin with.
Okay. And so even if these gentlemen were not cutting pipes, the fact that they were going into the property, removing pipes that day, that's a violation of the stop
It's
work
still
order.
actually working on a stop work order, and they
Okay.
could have been issued a $2,000 SVN, which I didn't do.
Okay. All right. And here's another photograph, just another depiction of pipes being removed from the property.
Yes.
Okay. And here's the gentleman, one of the gentlemen inside the property.
And there's this cutting tool on the floor.
Okay.
The grinder.
I
To
see.
answer the other gentleman's question.
Okay. So there was evidence upon your inspection that there was actual work being completed this day?
Yes, I didn't video them or picture it, but they were cutting. They stopped when I walked in.
Okay. And so you took some photographs of the interior of the property?
Yes.
Okay. Does this, what's depicted in this photograph?
Well, that's just the living room when you come into the living room from the front door. And that was all the debris they were cutting up on the floor when I walked in.
Okay. And what is depicted in this photograph?
That's the back kitchen, and they gutted the kitchen out.
Okay.
You know,
And in this photograph?
I think that's still part of the back kitchen. I just take pictures of every wall.
And now specifically, you had written a violation for what's going on in this photograph. Can you describe
Excavation of basement.
How can you tell that the basement is being excavated?
Well, besides the shovels and the tampers and the buckets, the dirt all over outside. If you look at the back, right back where the shovel is, the dirt line, that's the foundation they dug down. And that's
Okay.
what gave them that make safe permit saying that they shouldn't have excavated the basement.
Because again, at this time, the only permit that was issued was that easy permit for the
Yes.
removal of some walls inside.
Yes.
Okay. And then once again, what are we looking at here?
That's also the picture of the basement, the say the south party wall. That's more excavation of the basement. Where that pipe would be more laying on the ground. It was dug down about 8 inches, 8 to 12 inches.
Okay. And this
That's
is
the same picture, yeah.
and you can see the tools, the shovels, and did it appear to you when you did your inspection that this was an active excavation site?
Objection, speculation on his part.
I'm just
Well, let me rule. I'm going to overrule that objection. Please proceed.
Yes, it was an active excavation, and actually, when the complaints department CSU was out there 2 days prior, they were reported and they were seen doing it. And when I got there, they were back there again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what's depicted in this photograph?
That's the gutted out second floor. That would be the front bedroom, I guess.
Okay. And the remainder of the photographs are just how the
All
interior.
the other, that's the Blir bedroom, and they removed the bathroom wall. And
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I want to ask you a little bit about, I believe I can, well, I'll scroll up to the notice of violation. You also issued a violation for an expired license.
Yes.
So, Mr. Long, his contractor's license, you have noted here, expired on March 22nd, 2024.
Yes.
Did he eventually renew that contractor's license?
Yes, yes, he did. After I submitted my paperwork, well after,
Okay.
from what I understand.
Do you know the date that that contractor's license was renewed?
No, I never went back and looked at it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But on the date that you were at the site on April 9th, Mr. Long's contractor's license was expired.
Yes.
Okay. And that's why you wrote that violation.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I believe I have no further questions. Maybe just a point of clarification. No, I'm good. No further questions. I offer for cross.
Okay, Mr. Perry, you have any cross?
Some questions, Mr. Slade, thank you. As far as you know, Mr. Long or Mr. Lee actually took immediate action to renew his license?
Excuse me, did I know that?
No, did he take immediate action in April to renew his license?
I'm gonna object to the question as to relevance, as this license violation notice was issued. It's really a time and place notice.
Is it
Any-
SVN? Is this SVN?
It's an LVN.
LVN? Okay.
An LVN, so any remedial efforts are irrelevant to the issue of the LVN.
Okay, Mr. Perry, if you can narrow your questions and move forward, please.
Yeah, Mr. Long and Lee was licensed up until March 22nd, is that correct?
Their license was expired on expired March 22nd. Yes.
Okay. And as far as you knew at that time from your records that Ms. Skiles has put up, he had no employees, is that correct?
That's what his letter stated. Yes.
Okay. And how did you know? Do you have any documentation that indicates that the people that you saw at the site were actually working for Mr. Lee or his business?
They were working on the job site under his permit.
How do you know that?
Because they were working in the job site. They're working in an active job site. He's the general contractor. He's responsible for every contractor that walks in and out of that job.
Right. And what I'm asking you is a very specific question, is how do you know that they're contractors and not somebody off the street taking scrap metal out or otherwise?
Well, they had, okay, I'll answer your question, sir. They had the key code box, the box code number, and they opened up the code boxes up, and watched them do it, and they took the key out and they went into the house.
Okay, and you didn't take a picture of that though?
No, I was walking down the street.
Yeah. But you don't have any other documentation that they're actually subcontractors as per the violation notice, is that correct?
Again, they were working in the property illegally. They were working under a permit that had a stop work order on it, and he was given the contract, and the contractor gave him the lockbox key. No one else had it that I know of.
That you know of, okay.
Yeah.
1,000 people could have had the lockbox.
Okay. They were still working in the property, sir.
Okay.
On a stop work order.
Right. But what I'm trying to do is the violation is specifically says that they're Mr. Lee's subcontractors. Has he ever acknowledged that to you in any writing or anything?
He never replied to anything we've reached out for him.
Okay.
So he couldn't reply to anything.
Did you ever see any active excavation going on?
Me personally, no, I haven't.
And well, I won't answer. You understand that as soon as did you ever see any application by any engineer or architect to deal with the excavation issue?
Not me, I wouldn't see that.
And again, I'm going to object to the relevance. This goes to remedial measures.
So noted. Sustained.
And let's see, 2 subs. Anything else? That's all I have for Mr. Slade.
Okay.
I can testify.
No, sir. No. I'm not sure who you are or your relationship to this case. Okay,
No.
so you have to be, one of the lawyers will have to call you as a witness.
Oh.
Ms. Gallus, do you have any additional witnesses you want to call?
No additional witnesses. I would just ask to move the city exhibits into the record.
Okay, so moved. Mr. Perry, your opportunity to put your case on.
We'll call Mr. Ma. Can you identify yourself in connection with Mr. Long Lee as to how you know him? And
Okay, well, let me do this. Let me swear him in. Sir, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give would be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now,
Now, Mr. Perry, just before you start, keep in mind, we're here about the contractor's license and the other items on that permit. And so if Mr. Ma is going to testify, he has to have some direct knowledge or input on those issues.
Yes.
do you know who Mr. Long Lee is, Julie?
Yes, I know him.
Okay, and do you know what the issue was with his licensing as of April 2024?
I'm aware of the issues. Yes.
Okay, did you believe that he had a license when he was involved with the property at 1533?
I'm going to object. It really doesn't matter what Mr. Ma believes about Mr. Long having a license.
I actually have.
Sir, no, you don't get to do that. Don't speak out of turn. Mr. Perry, whether he thought he had a license or not doesn't matter. And he isn't here to testify for himself. So he really should be here to testify as to his state of mind and what happened to his license.
Okay.
So that objection is sustained.
Okay. In terms of having an unlicensed contractor work on the property, did you as an owner take any steps to make sure that the contractor would be duly licensed?
I'm going to again object. It doesn't have, I don't think it has any relevance to this license violation notice.
They're not going to have any ongoing fine issue.
Sustained. Mr. Perry, she had an objection, and I sustained the objection. But also, sir, you didn't offer any proof as to Mr. Ma's role in this whole thing. Is he an owner? Is he a client? What is his role here?
Okay, Mr. Ma, what is your connection to the property?
I'm the owner. We hire Mr. Lee as a contractor.
Okay.
To do our the easy demolition work.
When did you become an owner, Shui? Was that in December of 2023?
Yes.
And that was under Bao Group LLC?
Yes.
And when you proceeded with the property, what was your understanding as to Mr. Lee's role?
Mr. Lee was hired as our contractor to do the demo, and we're also in the process to apply other license as well. And he continue going to be our license, and we also actually help him to renew his license, which we helped him to upload, including his insurance, into the Eclipse.
Okay.
So
when did that occur? Do you know?
About his license and then renewal.
Did that happen before April 9th or after April 9th?
I couldn't remember exactly the day. That's before April 9th, we believe. And I think one of his insurance declaration form was not compliant, and city used a new form. And we have to ask the insurance company to give the new form, and therefore pay the renewal of the license.
Okay. Do you know why anybody was in the property after April the 4th?
I'm going to object.
We hire other we hire other people to do the work. Mr. Lee did not hire anyone to do the work.
Okay, so did you determine whether or not those other people had licenses or insurance?
I'm going to object. We're here to talk about Mr. Lee's contractor's license.
Now, Mr. Ma is testifying that Mr. Lee didn't hire the subcontractor.
I want to.
Okay, wait. Mr. Perry, please instruct your client not to speak out. He's responding only to your questions.
Wait until they rule on an objection or whatever, okay? Thank you.
And plus, he speaks in response to a question, not to offer his ad hominem testimony. Okay? So the issue here is whether or not Mr. Lee had a license at the time. That's one of the violations. Mr. Ma doesn't. He's testified that he helped him apply for renewal, but other than that, he's not the contractor. The other guy's the contractor.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yeah.
may, Mr. Chairman, may I say
Yes.
something?
Yes.
First of all, good afternoon, Mr. Perry. He and I have known each other for a long time.
Hi.
But attached to the appeal in the file that we received prior to the hearing is a contractor's license issued to Zenlong Lee at 3050 Rawle Street, Philadelphia, PA 19149. This was attached and part of the appeal that was received on May 1, 2024, and it has a license number 42400, commercial activity license expiring on 3/22/25. The license was, the issue date on the license is 4/13/2024. So we don't need to hear any discussion about the license, because the license that was submitted is dated after the date that Inspector Slade went out to the property and made his observations.
That's fine. My question to Mr. Ma now is, to your knowledge, personal knowledge, did Mr. Lee hire the other individuals that Mr. Slade testified about as for any reason, as subcontractors in this case? Because that's part of the violation notices. That's at least 2 or 3 violations.
No, Mr. Lee did not hire those people. We hired those people. Those people now, Mr. Lee, subcontractor.
Okay.
That's
no further questions for Sheree.
Mr. Lee did not enter the house since April 3rd. He finished his work for the demo, and that's it. We did not hire him to do anything else.
Okay, to your knowledge, there is a violation in terms of excavation work exceeding the permit applied. You know if any excavation work was done between April 4th and April 13th, for example, when his license was renewed?
No, there's no excavation work since April 3rd.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Ma. If Amy has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Skiles.
One question.
Yeah.
Were you on site April 9th, 2024?
I was not on site.
Okay.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Anyone else have any questions of this witness?
No, I'm
Well, I'm asking the board members. I'm asking the board members.
okay.
Okay. If not, I just have one quick question. Mr. Ma, was it your intent and your plan to excavate that basement?
We actually, when we doing the demo work, the basement was floor was damaged because of many years of water damage, and we clean it. And some area we take down the floor, and we get a violation, and we actively seeking, including the make safe permit. We have an engineering soil.
Okay. So you did do that.
Everything.
Okay. Now, one additional question. Why did you continue to work after the stop work order was posted?
We did not work anything to the house after the stop order. We hired those people to clean the debris.
Okay, so individuals that you hired were in and out of the property after the stop work order was posted.
Yes, we did that, and
okay.
Unfortunately, that's I agree if that's not allowed, but we hire those people clean those pipes. We did actively cutting the pipe, even cutting tool there, because no one was allowed to go in to take the tool out of the place.
Okay.
And we have the neighbor want us.
I think you answered my question.
Many.
That's enough, sir. I think you've answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else, Mr. If there's no other questions, Mr. Perry,
I have a question. Mr. Ma?
Yes.
There were 2 signs on the door.
Yes.
One was a stop work order,
yes.
And the other one was an unsafe order.
Yes.
So if there's a sign that says the property is unsafe,
yes.
Does that mean to you it's okay to go into the property if it's unsafe? Or does that mean to you, when it says it's unsafe, no one should go into the property? What do you think that means?
We think it's necessary steps need to take. As I called the LNI, the necessary step need to take to make it safe. And we actually have the engineering in the place. We have the soil guy in the place, even with the sign. So we need to do everything we need to do to make it safe.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
All right, thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Ma. You said you testified that you had an engineer and we had an engineer on site there. Were you told by LNI that a representative from LNI needed to be on site to go in a unsafe building with that engineer on site?
I asked the engineer, LNI, the deputy, how many people. They say I have to bring engineer. I have to bring architect to we have to do all the drawings. I don't know without going inside how we do it.
Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Mr. Perry, do you have any additional witnesses?
No, nothing further, thank you.
Okay. We will invite closing arguments by Mr. Perry and Ms. Skiles. But I am curious, Mr. Perry, why is it your client present?
Well, the issue is that Mr. Lee was working for Bao Group, and we didn't know they would have anything else to add in terms of licensing. Licensing was done through Mr. Ma and Bao Group. We didn't know that there was that gap of 2 weeks with regard to Mr. Lee's licensing. We did know that the subcontractors, quote unquote, were not working for Mr. Lee, so we didn't think that he would have anything to add. As Mr. Mao has testified, those people who went into the house, as well as, and I don't know if Mr. Tennant's question was answered, in terms of accessing the property for the drawings. I do know that the drawings have been supplied to the city.
Okay.
But the subcontractors were apparently working for Bao Group.
Okay. The only thing then I'll invite you to closing arguments. Mr. Lee, as an independent licensed contractor, when these kinds of things occur, must respond in his own name and his own right as a contractor. We didn't send a violation regarding the license to the Mao, the corporate group. We sent it to Mr. Lee, so he should have been here. But sir, Mr. Perry, I invite you to closing arguments, and we'll have Ms. Skiles close out after you complete.
Yeah, we understand that from Ms. Skiles that this is a one-time fine for the 7 violations listed. We were concerned on behalf of Bao Group that the fines may pass through to the property. She indicates that under the normal conditions that doesn't happen, but that was our concern for filing for Bao Group and so forth. And through Bao Group representing Mr. Lee as the prime contractor who had pulled the permits. In this particular case, it's been testified, and I don't think there's been any contrary testimony that the subcontractors were not working as subcontractors with Mr. Lee. So those fines should not be applicable to Mr. Lee's license. Also, as Mr. Mao has testified, and I don't think it is good contrary testimony, the excavation of the basement was explained by Mr. Mao as something that occurred earlier and never was ongoing after April the 4th in the first inspection. I don't think there was any excavation going on because the engineer and Mr. Waller, who's here, have submitted documentations to try to get the excavation approved subsequent to April the 9th. With that, we would rest indicating that I think only several of the violations, the subcontractors and the excavation, I think should be removed, and only Mr. Lee's failure to respond and the expiration of his license would be finable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skiles.
Yes, thank you. Here, this violation was issued to Zhen Long Lee, and Zhenlong Li only. These are license violation notices. These are fines to be imposed and a violation against his contractor's license and his contractor's license alone. Bao Bao Group is not, although they're the owner, they are not an aggrieved party to this license violation notice. Unfortunately, Mr. Li isn't here to provide his side of the story. However, I think the department has presented enough evidence to establish that these violations were issued correctly. First, there were 2 individuals found on the site. Those had to be subcontractors of Mr. Li. As you heard Inspector Slade testify, there was only one active permit at the time, and that was the easy permit that was issued to Mr. Li. Any work that was being done, anyone who entered the site to perform work was doing it under Mr. Li as the general contractor. As the general contractor, he takes responsibility for all of the work being done under that permit on that site. As there was no, I know there's this contention that maybe these subcontractors were hired by the Bao Bao Group. However, that's just not possible. The Bao Bao Group did not hold an active permit at the site at the time. There has only been ever one issued permit, that easy permit. To this day, another permit has not yet been issued to this property. So the unlicensed subcontractor violations were appropriately written to Mr. Li, as he was the only permit holder at the time of the violation. And he is not here to tell us otherwise today. Those individuals, there was testimony that they refused to provide OSHA cards. Anyone, a contractor must provide an OSHA card when asked by an L&I inspector. So that refusal means that those violations were issued correctly. No one is there's been no denial that there was excavation done in the basement. Whether or not that was, if that work stopped on April 3rd, 2024, that's still a violation because you need a permit to be doing excavating. And as there was only one active permit, that easy permit, doing that excavation exceeded that permit, and they were working under a permit doing more work than what was allowed. At the time of the inspection, and there's been no contradicted testimony here that at the time of the inspection, the contractor's license was expired, and there's been no contradictory testimony that Mr. Li did fail to reply to the audit email. Therefore, we would be asking a city affirm for all of the violations that were issued today. As Mr. Li is not here and present, there has been no testimony by anyone else who was present today. I believe that there is no relevant testimony presented by the appellant, so we would be asking for a city affirm.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Having heard the testimony, we will call the vote on HA-2024-001713, 1533 South Carlisle Street, Zhenlong Li. City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the vote of the
Thank you.
committee, unanimous vote. City affirmed. Sir, as you know, you may appeal our decision, should you choose to. Thank you very much. The witnesses are excused.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay. Is Mr. Wade, is there any additional matters to be?
That's all.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That concludes our hearing for today. Everyone have a good evening.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night,